Hello, everyone. How is everyone going? Oh, give me a second. Okay, right. How is everyone? Hello, Alexis. How are you? Gaitri says, how does G feel towards me? There's a healing heart, so this person's not feeling very great about you right now. There's feeling of taking distance or taking time from you. This is because they don't really want to interact with you or deal with something that's come up because of you, you know? How are you? I missed you. Oh, thank you, Alexis. Thank you. How are you, Sebaha? Welcome in. So it seems like they might be coming back to Chase, but do give them the space, give them the time to process what they're feeling. You know, that's important. Sebaha says, how does he feel about me? Is it more than friendship? I am going great. Okay, so there is some planning that you need to do if you really want this relationship to come in. However, I do feel like you're more weak to this person than they are weak to you. So that's important because the judgment card means that there's kind of like this feeling of being judged now. So this person's not completely there yet with you. There's no crushing, but they're kind of weighing you up, kind of deciding what you are, you know? Hello, Felicity. How are you? Alexis, what is UL's current feelings for me today? If anyone is doesn't know, members next Tuesday, members only get to ask their own questions, you know? So that tends to be about 10. There's 11 of the members right now, so that's important. Okay, so what is yours current feelings right now? So there's a feeling of hiding away, maybe being a little bit scared of what you would say or what you would do. So there's kind of like this feeling of like, I don't know, like, what she or they feel about me. So there's a feeling of like getting into trouble or feeling a little bit guilty about something. It's not big. It's not like a lie or, you know, like deception. It's more like they don't want to tell you something because they like you. They really like you. King of Wands, their energy is other places today, so it could be that they're working really hard. However, the general mood of happiness, yeah, so the happiness, the joy, like everything that's radiating out of them is also a good sign that they are really in love with you, or they have this kind of real big connection with you. Hello, Emeralds, how are you? All about Maine. Cassandra, how are you? Love, hope is all well with you. Of course it is. May I ask what Alema's attentions and feelings about us now? Okay. You're very welcome, Alexis. Thank you for being a member. Okay. So what is he feeling about this date? So Ace of Cups is definitely a new love card. So this is a good sign that there is this love coming in. However, he's a little bit scared and falling into commitment or falling into something big. This is usually where his heart gets broken or something happens and it's out of his control. So there's kind of like this feeling of fear holding him back from a lot of things. If he's just saying like I'll see how it goes, it is very important. Hello dream stays. It's very important that you should realize that it's more like him understanding this and him working a lot on himself as well. Felicity says, may I ask if Russ is stalking me? Mm, from these cards, I would say yes, because there's a feeling of like holding on to you, even though it's not particularly beneficial for this person. There's a lot of chaos and a lot of mental struggle with this. So he's not particularly liking this. You're very welcome, All About Maine. But he's not liking this. He's really backed off, and that's important, you know. So I would say that yes to that question. Emlutz says, when will I move up positions at work? Thank you so much. You're very welcome. Okay, so there's a moon. Okay. So at the moment, you're very poised, and I think this is important for you is to realize that there's a set of guidance or a set of systems for the promotion. So the moon is like, don't be upset about what other people say to you. This is very important for you to understand that you should not take anybody's advice unless it's very important for you. So any colleagues, your own self, be a little bit worried about what you're saying to yourself and what other people are saying to you. There's got to be some kind of flirting or not like like love flirting, but it's kind of like, oh, thank you, Candy, give me 1 second and I'll do your reading for you. But there's kind of like this feeling that you need to have this kind of like fun vibe when you communicate with your boss. And it's not flirting, but there's kind of like this feeling of, and I wouldn't say ass kissing, but it's kind of like this feeling of playfulness when you talk to them. Like, oh yeah, like, how can I get this? How, whenever I go for that promotion, haha. That's important. And Page of Cups, self-reflect. There's a lot of like figuring it out. I feel like it's more playful than seduction, but it's more like, ha, you haven't given me a promotion yet, Page of Cups, there's kind of like this feeling of self-reflection, like figuring out how you can make the best impact. So you could sit there and you can base how much you should get promoted and stuff like that based on your work, and figure it out like how you're going to get more stuff done without being too overwhelmed, okay? So, we got a super chat from Candy. Thank you so much, Candy. Just wanting to send energy to you. Thank you so much, Candy. I appreciate that. Thank you. You did have to, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Scorp says, hello, did my ex view my social profile? Is your ex? No, I don't think they are, just because I feel like they kind of walked away. You're very much focused on what they are thinking, but they're just like, I've left this person in the past. They haven't really been around any of your profiles or any of that. They're just like, this is done. Aldonia says, can I have a general, please? Of course. Hello, Joshi. How are you? Is it Joshi or Joshi? Sometimes I get very confused. Aldonia. Okay. So there's a life choice here that you're not willing to take. There's kind of like this division. This is like more like a mental decision that you have to do. And I usually say this is like two doors that are both open at the same time. If you go through one closes. This is important because a lot of times these are not always big things. They can be big things, but sometimes they can be very small things, but they have an effect on our lives. Four cups in reverse. Options that you didn't see before are starting to open up for you, and you're starting to realize that you might have been holding yourself back from a lot of things versus like getting yourself out there and seeing the bigger picture. The Fool in reverse. So you're protected by the universe right now. It's like the the universe, weirdly enough, protects people that are, they go with the flow. They don't tend to get stuck on things. They just go with the things. And the cards are saying, look, at the moment you're protected, go with the flow, see how you go, but be a little bit more aware of people's motivations around you, okay? Morg in the void. I'm currently in a relationship with a Scorpio. I'm Aquarius. What do we need to work on? That's a good question. Okay, judgment. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Right. At the moment, the cards are saying that there might be some judgment passed on both of you from each other because you have a how can I explain this without making it sound bad? You guys are quite perfectionist in nature, or there's something that is kind of really taking that, you know? Thank you, Jean. So it's kind of like because you guys are attacking yourselves. So there's kind of like this feeling of like perfectionism, or like you have to do something right. So you guys are attacking yourselves. So this comes through as judgment. So this is hard because most of the time what we hate in other people, and this doesn't need to be your partner, but what you hate in other people is a reflection of what you hate in yourself. So sometimes you've got to sit there and breathe in deeply and go, why is this annoying me? And so therefore, usually you have a tidy person. Why they hate a messy person is because they hate the messiness in themselves. That's why they're tidy. So that's coming through importantly. The other thing is not to be caught up in the small day-to-day things that are causing an emptiness. Like there's kind of like this full on um feeling of something happens that day, and instead of just like going, we'll sleep on it or we'll address it tomorrow, it's like we have to air it now. Like we can't wait until tomorrow. It's got to be done now. We've got to have this argument now. And the cards are saying don't have that argument now. Wait for later. Wait for, like, even if it's like don't talk to about it to your partner. If it's not that important, you can talk to friends, you know. Sometimes we don't need to talk to our partner because it's not about them, you know. Queen says, how was my Valentine's Day? I had amazing Valentine's Day. I watched a movie with the other half. It was very relaxed, very chill. Um, I hope everyone had a really good Valentine's Day as well. If you did celebrate it, if you were like single Pringles, then I hope that you just loved yourselves up. Okay? Thank you, Alex, for being a member for 2 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. My question is, may I know why IK is ignoring me and acting cold towards me? Hello again, Rupali. How are you? Okay, so this person doesn't want to care and protect you. This is important because if someone isn't in a feeling of love, they tend to not want to care and protect us. That's a big thing. There's also High Priestess. So this person's actively blocking this relationship. So it's kind of like this feeling of Felicity, thank you so much for the donation. Let me know what your question is in a second so I can do that for you. Okay. But yeah, he's actively blocking both of these. This is important for you to realize that at the moment he's not focusing on you and he's kind of shutting you out because it's kind of like this feeling of like she doesn't get it or they don't get it, you know? And it's kind of a weird thing where you're like, well, I honestly from these cards, if no one wants to care and protect me, if they're actively not trying to manifest this relationship with me, I'm going to be like, well, you know, it was fun to know you. I'm going. Bye. You know. But that's me, you know. Felicity, was that with another question or just thanks? Zero to success stories will Apayel Abiswas and Ujel Mystery reunite in love. You're very welcome, Queen. I don't think so from the cards. I do feel like this person's very present in your life or their life. But with the Justice card, there is very much judgment. This is to themselves. So I do feel like this person stepped back because they don't feel like they're the right one for this relationship. And there's a lot more options coming in, so that's important for you, okay? So that's important. Hello Scooby, how are you? Did you bring Scooby snacks with you? Please. I don't know what Scooby snacks taste like. Hope that helped you. Felicity says, do you see marriage for my sister? Thank you, Alexis, and thank you, Star. I don't know how much that is. Thank you so much, Star. It's interesting to see everybody's different donations. Thank you so much. So I will do Felicity's and then hey, no. Ugh, no Scooby stacks for me. Gotta find Felicity's and then I will do Alexis and Star. Thank you so much for your donations. Okay. Now we've got to find Felicity's. Do you see marriage for my sister? If yes, do you see this happening? Okay. So at the moment with this, so do realize that this is different for everybody, but I'm reading that your sister's not very working very hard for this marriage. there was a relationship that fell down for her, so it kind of crumbled. And it feels like if she doesn't work hard finding someone else, this relationship will come back in for her. So I would honestly say if she doesn't want this person, if she doesn't want this relationship with this person, she needs to kind of put in the work to find someone else. This is usually what happens when we don't know what we think about a situation, or we don't know what we should do in life, and this is coming back through for her. And if she doesn't want this person, she can say no thanks and find someone else, but she's got to put in the hard work, or this is going to be who she gets married to. Which, for all intents and purposes, that person might be a nice person. But usually, if something's fallen down, it does mean that something hasn't happened. Okay, so Alexis? Was that a general for you, Alexis? I think it was a general. Sorry. My nose just went weirdly. Can you tell me what? Yeah, please post your question, Alexis, please. Again. Since I can't find it. I'll just do stars and then I'll come back to Alexis's. I guess Scorpio feel for me, Anita, Gemini, now and end of 2023. Okay. So this is now. This is end. Okay. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that so much. Okay, so at the moment, the feeling is that this person wants Star to actually have a marriage that feels like a marriage, but no kids. So there's kind of like this feeling of wanting to get engaged, maybe not ready for kids yet. There's kind of like this big feeling of like not ready, but still wanting to be with you. And there's a feeling of choosing you, but also deciding whether they wanted to kind of leave. So it's kind of hard because people can be in two minds at once. That doesn't mean that they're not ready for it. It's just that they're a little bit like, well, if I choose this, then I can't get my cake and eat it too, you know? The end, okay, so there's kind of like this feeling of needing to plan your end of this year. That's important because there seems to be this thing of planning, and there's also a feeling of letting go control. So at the end of this year, it seems like there's going to be a major shift in your relationship, and there's kind of like this feeling of needing to plan the future with this person, but letting go of control. So you could be the one that does the most work in this relationship, and that's important because that's the biggest issue for you, is like not being in control of your life. The high priestess, there seems to be a less kind of manifestation coming your way, and that's probably why you need to plan this out. So there seems to be some really good things coming in for the start, and then you guys need to put in the hard work at the end of the year to keep this ball rolling and keep you guys still working on things, you know. But there you go. I don't think these are bad cards. It's just more that you guys have to decide what's important by the end of the year. And Alexis Honeybun. Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you. Did you all break up with third party? I did see your donation, so thank you so much. Okay, so the lovers. This person hasn't broken up with the third party. They're not ready to clean up their kind of life. So they're kind of putting this off because that's important. So that's a thing. And the hangman, they're scared of leaving this third party. I feel like this third party is more like a safety blanket or a comfort thing that happens to them. So that's important for you to understand, is that they're holding on to this because of safety. And I don't know why, but I'm feeling this feeling of that they're not going to be content unless they have this safety blanket. Angelina says, what does Amir feel for me? So there is addiction here. Oh, addiction. Okay. I'm gonna actually ask the pendulum because I want to know whether this is the same person. So is this the same person? Okay, good. That's what I thought it was, but I wanted to double check. So yes, it's the same. It's this you. It's the same person. So there is an addiction to you being more intelligent, being more demanding of this person, being more in control. However, you tend to be the Queen of Pentacles instead of the Queen of Swords. So this person sees you more as being a very grounded person. You tend to work very much in the realm of money instead of the realm of ideas. And this person does want you to take on that kind of more intellectual, more charismatic, and more demanding um, kind of role with this relationship. However, I do feel like you should relax a little bit. This person is very much addicted to you or drawn into your energy. So I don't feel like you need to work very hard. However, this person does like slightly being bossed around. So do take that into advisement. But they do have that thing. Maisie says, am I a dark or light feminine, and how can I tap into it? Where's Scooby? Scooby! Did you go get your stacks? I hope you went and got your snakes. Okay, so you're more light feminine, I would say, for you. However, I do feel like you don't tap into that. You don't tap into being very much in how can I explain it? Like, I feel like sometimes you can have this manic pixie dream girl vibe going on, which is alright, you know. But the thing is, with the magician in reverse, you tend to block the ideas, you tend to block the kind of cuteness or the kind of feminine, like the kind of it's kind of a weird thing because I'm feeling like you tend to not embrace this kind of light feminine, like the kind of pastels and this stuff. You kind of avoid it. And the magician in reverse is like you're blocking these ideas of creation. Like you only see this thing as being how can I explain it? Like a trope. It's one-sided, you know. Willow, I'm taking it as it comes, you know. Whenever I can see your message and I could try and answer it, I will. Um, So yeah, it's random. So it's kind of like one-sided, so you only see it as like a trope. And there's more to this kind of light femininity than you expect it to be. The full you should go with the flow, allow like the beautiful amount of femininity is just allow things to happen, embrace them when they come, um instead of being very harsh, or just allow things to be, enjoy the moment instead of being very caught up in what's not going right for you right now. Look towards the future and just embrace that kind of go with the flow femininity. Like, Marilyn Monroe, like femininity. She's always about that, that breathy nature, It's so nice to be here, you know? So just go with the flow. Allow things to naturally come in for you and embrace that energy when it comes, okay? Better left unspoken. Any advice for my sex life? Okay, so we've got to kind of leave that kind of a little bit more PG, but I will try my best. So the Hierophant. Okay, so there seems to be this kind of feeling of seeking out teachers. You're very welcome, Maisie. Seeking out teachers, seeking out people. Maybe this is more like trying to embrace Tantra, Tantra is a lifestyle. It's not a practice. It's a lifestyle. So there's more than the positions. It's more than other things, So there's kind of like this feeling of teaching or being instructed, being guided. Nine of Wands, don't rush into things too fast. Thank you, Dreams Days, for that donation. I will get to your super chat shortly. Thank you so much for the donation. So don't rush into things. Don't kind of like, if you want to do something, research it, take advice. If you're very much into that kind of whips and chains, be very careful, because it's going to be, some things are very much like you learn before you do. Um, there's also a feeling of leaving things. I feel like there's kind of like a hang up with sex that might be from your parents. So, or kind of like in the past. There's kind of like this feeling, but it feels more like parental roles than anything. And you might have to leave that in the past to escape this, because this is important to you, to leave that thing in the past, to embrace the now. Okay? uh Dreamsday says, how does my ex-FA feel about me versus how they feel about MP, third party? Okay. So there is a feeling, Dreamsdays, that they would choose you. It's kind of a weird thing that they don't particularly like about this third party. They're not really putting the work in. They're actually saving themselves. This is interesting because they're really not investing in this relationship. Actually, the third party seems to be more like they're waiting for this third party to leave. So they're really not doing anything towards the third party. However, when it comes to you, we do get a firm idea of who you are. So there's kind of like this feeling of really being important. It's really being important to this person's perspective, because we see a queen. And you know what you are, and you're very confident, and you're very grounded, and you know what you want, and you're going to get what you want. There's kind of like this feeling that I don't always get this with Queen of Pentacles, but you can be quite stubborn sometimes. Like, you'll go in, and if you're not really happy with him, or you just want, like, some time spent with him, you might bonk him over the head and drag him away. Not in that kind of physicality bit, but you can be extremely stubborn sometimes, and this person likes that about you. So there you go. Fairy Queen, new subscriber, thank you for coming in today. Why did Kafil contact Moni? His message for Moni. Hello, Scooby, welcome back. I was wondering where you gone. I wanted my Scooby stacks and they weren't here. Okay, so what is this person feeling for you? Firstly, we still have Queen of Pentacles. A Queen of Pentacles, extremely grounded. There is this loving vibes with Queen of Pentacles because the secondary for Queens in tarot is water, so they're extremely emotional, sometimes very caring. But Pentacles are the feeling of being very grounded and knowing what you want, very earthy vibe, but also can be very practical and is also very good at making money sometimes. Sometimes. But yes, they tend to govern the pentacles. So there's a feeling of this person cleaning up their act or getting their stuff together when it comes to you. So they're really working towards this. And Knight of Swords, their energy is very much centered around you. And this is in a good way. So Knight of Swords can rush in quite quickly, but I think this is in a good way. So they're kind of pulling their socks up. They're trying to be presentable for you. And I do feel like they're very focused on you as well. Cancerian says, hello, question 1. Will there be a reconciliation between me and my Libra? And in a little bit, if there's feelings for me. So there's a heart is healing. So honestly, I do feel like this person's healing. However, I do feel like you do not have control over this. There's kind of like this feeling of like, you're very welcome, Fairy Queen. There's a feeling of allowing this person to leave your life. Um, Mostly because there's no feelings here anymore. They're not working very hard on this relationship. So with this kind of Knight in Pentacles in reverse, they're really not working hard. So that means that they have little to no feelings for you right now. So I would feel let go of control and allow things to naturally pass. You know, you're very welcome. Mega Ha says, hi, Cass. Current feelings and future with partner. Oh my lord. Well, you know what? My cat's had a panic attack and jumped off the thing. So there feels like there's some things that are not going to be great. So there's kind of like this feeling of Mega Heart putting in some work here. So, less excitement, but that's normal. Like when you guys have been together for so long, things don't seem to have such excitement anymore. So you either have to introduce that or accept that that's the case. There's a feeling of struggling and walking away from something. So this is not this relationship. It is just something that naturally will have to be walked away from. And this is the decide the thank you, Sepaha, for the donation. Give me 1 second and I will read the cards for you. So there's a feeling of walking away from something. And this is usually a decision that you'll have to make that might be a little bit heartbreaking if you guys have to keep on being together. And this could be a very big step in your life, whether it's like your career or having kids or something you will have to step away from. There's kind of like this feeling of walking away from that in this relationship. There's a feeling that you're focusing too much in the future when you have to focus on the present. So that's important. And the magician. So honestly, I don't feel like this relationship is going to be a bad thing. With the magician, it's all full of ideas, like fantasies, a lot of things, good things, a lot of joy and hope come in for you. So I do feel like there's some days that you guys want to kill each other. That's a life, that's a relationship. But other days, it feels so good to be together. So I do feel like, okay, you will have ups and downs, and that's fine, you know. But with the magician, there's always going to be a way to get something that you want. Okay, Sibaha, does my ex F Pisces regret treating me and want to reconcile? No contact, he's married. So, does he regret mistreating you? No. Um, Before you feel upset, Sabaha, most people tend to justify their actions in the past because they're not the person that's going through it. So sometimes you'll have to realize that people won't regret mistreating you. It's the same as let's do like a little bit of side tangent. I went to the shopping, like grocery shopping, and we had the little what is it, the phone scanners, so therefore we could scan our stuff and put it in the bags. And so it came highlighted that there was kind of like this feeling, this that this person had to check our bags. So they checked our bags, and my partner had put it to the side, and she's like, oh yeah, like you have to take them back over there. And on the way over, because she turned our trolley around, she ran over my foot. And I was like, oh, like, that's not fair. Like, I was like, why did she mistreat me? And then I was like, for a second, I was like, no, she didn't realize. She didn't realize she ran over my foot. If she ran, it's like, she felt something, she might have gone, oh yeah, there's something on the floor. Um, so most times people don't even know that they mistreated us. And so it was like, okay. But that took me like a full day to deal with that. So I know I'm not laughing at your pain, Sebaha, but most people, you know, in life are not feeling like they mistreated us, you know. So yeah. So he's not feeling bad by mistreating you. So it's, does he want to reconcile? No. Um, so there's nothing about reconciling. So this person's not choosing a life choice, and they're saving up emotions. So yeah, they're not getting back into contact with you, unfortunately. Scooby says, please, can I have next read? What does my career look like? Will I be a doctor? Okay, so we've got the Empress, got Queen of Pentacles, got King of Pentacles, and we've got the World. So, this is interesting because if you're masculine or feminine, it'll apply to you. But King of, like, honestly, can I put in perspective? So the Empress in reverse is like this feeling of blocking your creative. So there's kind of like this feeling that you have a high amount of creativity in you. There's something that you could express, that you could create something out of. You just don't do it, you know? A Queen of Pentacles, there's kind of like this feeling that someone could help you. If you're female, Scoopy, that's you. But the Queen of Pentacles is extremely driven. They want the finer things in life. They really know what they want. They're very stubborn, so they get what they want. So if you really want to be a doctor, you will get a doctor, you know, but you need to be very specific about that. You need to be very stubborn and you need to dig in your heels and you got to be like, I'm going to be a doctor. The King of Pentacles in reverse, don't chase things for money's sake. There's kind of like this feeling, if you chase money, money doesn't come to you. Money doesn't come to us when we're chasing it. We've got to just allow things to come in for us, you know? So don't chase careers if you want money because you're not going to get it. It's going to just burn you out and you're going to feel really bad about it. So the world in reverse. So there's kind of a feeling that you won't travel that far for your career or what you do in the future. So be more understanding that you'll probably have a career that's very close to where you live now, and that's okay. But there's kind of a feeling that I would say that you should figure out what you need to do closer to home. I don't feel like you will get to be a doctor if you're just looking at money. If you really want to look after people or save people's lives, then yes. Hello, Andrea. How are you? So yeah, that's important. Lover says, "Is there any dark magic between against me and my family, especially from neighbors?" No. There's no dark magic here at all. No one's working very hard to put dark magic on you, so there's kind of like this laziness. So honestly, even if someone practices dark magic, they aren't practicing on you. Hello, Divisha. How are you? And hello, Deez. Don't make me say it out loud, okay? Hello, Des. How are you? So there's kind of a feeling of like you might be feeling that because bad things have happened, right? Like a little bit around you, that there's something there when it's because there's been new things coming in for you. So sometimes when life happens and things don't go the way that's planned, is because there's new things coming in. And without kind of like the erasure of old things, things don't happen, you know. And Page of Cups, there's kind of like this self-reflection of like there's some things that you're possibly contributing to in your life that are creating more problems, okay? That's what I would say. Jem says, "Hello, Cass. Can I ask what's coming towards me? Thank you so much." Well, you're definitely working hard. You're kind of succeeding in what you're doing. However, I do feel like there's a feeling that you have already experienced, which you're walking away from a lot of areas of your life. So this is kind of important because when we walk away from things that are not serving us, especially a lot of our life in general, there's kind of like this feeling of, okay, you know, these things are not working, so I can do better. And so that's important. The world in reverse, so you are still in quite in your comfort zone, and so therefore focus on the things that are um around you, like friends and family and people that are important to you, instead of like focusing on one thing and one thing only. That's important. So focus on the things that you can control, not the things that you can't control. So that's important. Olivia says, should I rent 009 or 005? I think that's what you said. So 009 or 005. I feel like there's like this feeling of like letting go of control and allowing things to naturally happen. That's important for you. It's like letting go of control over this thing. But I do feel like you're going to pick 009. Mostly because the neighbors next door are very nice, or there's kind of like someone that you'll be attracted to that lives next door. Oh la la. But it's kind of like this feeling of you will like 009 more than 005. And it's to do with like you might have a little bit more problems in 005. Mostly just like there'll be something that needs to be fixed in 005 instead of 009. Okay. Aldous says, does H have feelings for me and want to be in a relationship with me? Confused. Oh boy. Okay, so he is investing a little bit in this relationship, but not enough for it to keep on going or keep on helping you. So, King of Pentacles in reverse is definitely someone that is chasing money or chasing a career. They're just on this grind where they get frustrated quite easily because things are not working out for them in career or in money. And this is hard because when we chase money, it runs away. It doesn't want to be seen. And when we stop chasing money, it comes in. It's a weird thing, but that's what happens. Thank you, That's all good. Knight of Pentacles, this person's not working very hard. So they're being very slack and lazy about the relationship, and they expect you to survive on comms. So even though they want this relationship, they really aren't putting enough work in it. That's what I would say. Devisha says career reading. Okay. Jean, are you looking forward to next week? I think it's next week, Tuesday, is going to be a members only session. I'm very sure it is Tuesday that's a members only session. So that's going to be good. Okay, so career reading for you, Devisha. So at the moment, there's kind of like this feeling of you being scared of something that's important for you. It's like you need to let go of the branch and naturally drop into something. Like let go and allow something to naturally happen. So at the moment, you're very scared and you're holding on to this for dear life. This might feel like this branch will support your weight or it's kind of comfortable here, and you need to work on not being so comfortable with this because it might break and you only have this branch and the ground. Like I don't think that you realize, but the ground is like not that far away. So let's say the ground is like here, just under the text, and you're just going to drop off. But at the moment, because your perspective is like there's a long way to the ground, because you're seeing like the sky, and you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna drop off, and I'm gonna go just like, you know, when you're a kid and you just look like, I don't know who does this, but I did. Like you just like lift your butt up, and you're like, then your eyes are like centered on the roof, and you start like walking your legs on the roof, or walking on the sky. I was a weird kid, okay? So sometimes, like, when we're scared of something happening, it doesn't happen. You know, we're so scared of it happening, and it doesn't happen, and it just naturally happens that it's fine. And there's a feeling of clearing up or decluttering your workspace or how you do your work. There's kind of like this clutter that has been accumulating, and this could be that you just don't need this job. Like, you don't need this career. You could do it by yourself and save your sanity a lot more, you know, like allow things to naturally be automated for you instead of like having to do everything. But there's kind of a celebration that's coming in by the end of the year for you. This could be like recognition in the area of expertise you work in. So there's kind of like this celebration thing that comes, and that would help you a lot, okay? Sukanya, Sukanya says, what is Omar Libra think and feel about me? So they don't want kids right now, so that's a big thing that they don't want. They're not working hard for this connection either. So there's a feeling of like decluttering them. So it could be like leaving them or letting them go. So that's what I would say for you. Arena, how are you? When will I get pregnant with my Gemini's kid? Do you want a pendulum? Because I can definitely do pendulums for you. That's important. So I will wait until you say if you want pendulum. I can do cards, but it tends to be like, I think. Please, everyone, like and subscribe. Yes, as Jean puts it so succinctly, that would be great. Thank you. Okay. Yes, pendulums, okay. Okay, so let's say, is it going to be this year? Because that would be easy. Yes. How many months? That was weird. It just like was a magnet. It got repulsed. It was like weird. Okay, you really want, is that right? Okay, is that right? It says next month for you, which is a weird thing for it to say, but it's saying next month. Give me a second. I need a tissue. My nose has just got blocked. M says, love you. Cass, love. Sorry. So good to see you. Love reading with partner art. What do the spirits want me to know about him and our relationship? Thank you so much for being patient, and what do spirits want me to know about him and our relationship? Okay, so there's the tower moment. This is coming up if it hasn't already. A tower moment is just something naturally falls down in your relationship. I don't feel like this is a full tower moment. So sometimes with our tower moments it can be a full one, but this one's a partial. And this is to do with how you're feeling. I feel like it's more about you than them. So there's kind of like this feeling that you're not in control of your emotions, or um there's kind of like this ebb and flow of your emotions that's quite strong. So there's kind of feeling of like meditation, relaxing, allowing things to naturally just relax for you, because you're quite triggered right now. There's kind of like this fight and flight response because you're stressed or you're under some kind of um yeah, I would say stress, but it's kind of like pressure, and your body's reacting to it. You might not think you are. Jesus Christ, my nose. I need to figure out what it is, because I swear to you, it's only when I'm streaming. The strength card means to stay strong, stay persistent, but I do feel like your partner is here supporting you, looking after you, but they might be very confused if your moods are kind of like shifting a lot. So do realize if you can help your moods naturally, or if you're having some big mood swings, it could be something else that's affecting that. So if I'm not a doctor, go and see your doctor if you need to, you know. That's important. So Ariana, how are you, my love? I applied to many restaurants. Will the restaurant that reaches out to me be close or further away? Okay, this restaurant will be further away. It might be that you need to move, or you need to, yeah, you might need to move for work. Page of Wands. It's a new experience. It feels like you'll be really enjoying this experience, but I feel like this is further away than, you know. Pooja says, what does Biswit feel for me and my connection? Liked and subscribed. Thank you so much. How is everybody in chat? Okay, so this person wants to be moving in, or yeah, like living together. But one of the biggest things that I would definitely feel for you is this person is um finding that there's a tower moment. So something in your relationship fell down. This could be something very big, because that's important, you know. So that's kind of like coming to you, is like this falling down, and dealing with that, you know, and seeing no other options. So it's kind of like this feeling of you want like you want this connection. Like both of you want this connection. But that's important for you guys, you know, to kind of go and have this talk, have this conversation about where you guys want to go, because I feel like if you guys wait for each other to do something, you know, um, that would be important. Thank you, Jean. As Jean said, we will next Tuesday and the Tuesday after. There's 2 Tuesdays of every single month that I just do members only, and you get to ask as many questions as you like. There's only 11 members so far, so make sure you do. There is PayPal. Yes, there is PayPal or Super Chat. If you do want to donate for your question, please feel free. Jean says, I didn't hear from Virgo yesterday. What is his feelings, intentions, and actions towards me? Oh, he's going with the flow. I feel like, Jean, that you've got like a surfer on your hands. Look at this. Water, temperance, water, and then the beach. It's like this water. So you might have been like at like a beach or something like that. But I feel like the surfer vibe coming very, very through a lot, just like being able to just enjoy it. So yeah, he wasn't busy yesterday, but he was kind of like just going with the flow and kind of forgot to contact you, or just like yeah, I feel like he's forgot, like um he's giving me the now I've forgotten his name. He's in so many rom-coms, it's not funny. Owen Wilson vibes, you know? Owen Wilson vibes. That's what was coming to. But yeah, he completely forgot. He was trying to just like cope with something. There was kind of like some moderation there and the star. Maybe it's a little bit of drinking. Kimberly, thank you for the donation. Did you put your question with the donation, Kimberly? Because I'll double check in a second if you said that you've put it with it, or I'll find it. Thank you so much. So yeah, he's just busy, you know. Okay, put your question down, Kimberly. I'll do that now. Thank you so much for the donation. He might have been drinking. I think with the moderation and the star, it definitely feels like some kind of drinking. um, no worries. But yeah, Owen Wilson vibes. Very much a surfer, go with the flow kind of person. Thank you, Kimberly, for your donation. Um, how does Marshall feel towards me? Okay, there's oh, thank you, SB. Thank you so much for the donation. Give me a second and I will do your your cards very soon. So, what does this person feel for you? There is some deception here, so be a little bit wary of that. And the Hierophant, like he's going alone. He's being very deceptive about what he sees this relationship being. So do you realize that he's being very much like a thief in the night? This Wheel of Fortune means that he's being very deceptive of how he sees your relationship going. And Page of Wands, yeah, I'd be a little bit wary of this person. He does have a feeling of that, of just, yeah, not being totally honest with you. Thank you so much for the donation, Andrea, as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do. So SB says, how does Mark truly feel and think about me? 2, how does B, the Taurus, feel about you? Okay. Okay, so this person's very focused on you. Very, very focused on you. So Mark is very focused on you and does want to move in with you. There's kind of like this feeling of wanting a home together. The Ace of Swords, they can be very much like feeling that the world is falling down on their heads because they care and protect you, like they want to look after you, but they don't know whether you feel the same. There's a problem with that. It's like, do you feel the same? I don't know, you know. And that's kind of really drives them, the world. There's a feeling that because your relationship's not completely level, so you guys want two different things. This could shift into a tower moment for you both because there wouldn't be ability to compromise. Now, I don't know how big this will be because I do feel like your relationship can change. So if you guys move in, this tower wouldn't happen. You guys would just have to compromise and work on that. Okay? Two, how does B Taurus feel and think about me? Okay. So this person can be quite demanding, quite aggressive, quite not so nice, and it's because they don't have a healthy sense of self. And so therefore anything that flows through their life, it tends to flow out the other side, and it just keeps on going for them, you know. So sometimes it's their fault that they never ever get into a great relationship. Their strength is to actually be very discerning about what they want in their lives. So they can be very fussy or very picky. Overall, they tend to have a hard time trying to keep people because they rationalize that they're better off being single. There's a feeling of that they are happy with you in some ways, but I do feel like that happiness is diminished because they can be quite rude or mean sometimes. Thank you, SB, for the donation yet again. I appreciate that. And Petra wants, they want to seek out a new experience. So it's hard for them to kind of be committed or be stable a lot of times because they tend to sabotage themselves. Okay. So, Andrea, thank you so much for the donation. Yet again, I appreciate it. Is M Virgo my life partner, or should we grow from the connection? Thank you. You are very welcome, Andrea. Thank you so much for donating again. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys, for the donations. You don't have to, but I appreciate it. Our gas bills are rising here in the UK, and it helps keep my lights on. It keeps the Wi-Fi connected, keeps me warm so I don't freeze to death. You know, life is hard nowadays. I know, it's a first world problem. I could live by like lamps and stuff like that, you know? Andrea says, is M Virgo my life partner, or should we grow apart from the connection? Okay. So it's interesting though that you guys have two different feelings here. And it's more like a timing thing for you guys. So I'll go into the timing thing, but I do feel like you guys are learning a lot from each other. Learning and growing and experiencing life through a different way because you both know each other. The hangman, you're naturally going to be falling into a deeper connection with this person. So that's important. Page of Pentacles. One of you, I think he is sometimes a little bit harder for, it's a little bit harder for him to deal with emotions. So sometimes I do feel like he gaslights you. And this, it may be not on purpose, but a feeling of like, I just don't know how to respond. So I'm just going to pretend like I haven't heard it, you know. So do you feel like he's dealing with this thing? Thank you also, Sebahat and SB. Again, I appreciate that. But you both are very like the friendship vibes. The friendliness comes out between you guys. So that's important. I feel like you guys have a very strong connection when it comes to this friendship thing. And that's important because if you don't have that, it will not work. You're struggling and winning. Yeah, so I feel like for you, so for him, he needs to work on dealing with your emotions or you walking away and then coming back and talking to him in not emotionally charged state. So you're struggling and winning, but you should also realize that sometimes all you like let him in. Sometimes you can work very hard by yourself and not let anybody in for you. And that's kind of your downfall is you don't let people come in and help you out. And this would help him feel more like he can open up, that he can. So this is kind of like this feeling of how can I explain it? Someone someone said like a lot of guys will sit there and go, "Okay, I can fix this." So they try to offer solutions, and women don't want solutions. So it could be that you might need to sit there and go, when there's a problem that he can fix, give it to him. Instead of like sitting there going, nope, nope, nope. I can do it by myself, you know. I do feel like this is a lifelong, I don't know whether I could say it's a lifelong relationship or a lifelong friendship. I think it's a bit of both. It seems like both of those things work out and you guys work very, very hard on that. Okay? So let me get to SB. I think SB is the next one. Thank you so much for the donations yet again. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. What does Mark want? We started talking and I kind of feel overwhelmed, but it's internet thing, not him. Okay. Right. Okay, so Mark does want to be with you. Um but this is more, I feel like um don't hate him. Don't hate him. But he does want to be with you in a sexual manner, or like yeah. I feel like more like sexual, but that doesn't mean that his heart is not in the right place. So there's a feeling of chasing or wanting you, but because you aren't giving him as much, he's chasing you more. So do you realize that it might be that you are very much wary of people that chase you? And this is true because how can I explain it? For you, your addiction to other people is that you focus solely on them and you are a little bit scared of losing yourself in this connection. That's important. So this person does want you, and they do want you more than sex. But I can't say it's a lie that they don't. They don't want. Yeah, it's like honestly, they feel like that they're dying because they've been so patient for so long. Um, but yeah, honestly, they like you more than sex, but at the moment, like sex is on their mind, like especially with this Emperor card, which is so funny. But yeah, honestly, they like you, but yeah, like like people in general, like you're attractive, they want that. Okay, so want to know if you will pass your nursing exams. SB, congratulations. Nursing exams. King of Cups. Ooh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. This is the first time that I've had them all in reverse. Okay, so these are more, I think, characters more than like people. I usually read these as people, but not today. Okay. So there's kind of like this feeling of like you can pick the character that you are. So SB is like, let's say you're playing this as a computer game. And depending on which character you pick for yourself is the best way of playing this game. So if you go with the whole intellectual thing, so if you go very intellectually into that, you will only get a decent grade. I don't think a good grade, but you will get a decent grade. So I feel like you go straight through. So it's not bad, but it's like you could have learned so much more. Okay? If you go the cups, which you get overwhelmed, you panic, you shut down, you allow those emotions to rise to the top, then it's an addiction. It feeds itself and you won't be good. So it's like, don't pick that character. Don't even. But if you get very confident, if you become very passionate about it, if you focus all your passion, your drive on this course, on your exam, you're very passionate and you're just like almost like you tracked the people that you need to you and you just ask them questions and stuff like that, but you kind of shut off like your whole life to just work on this exam, then that's the best thing. That's the one thing that you win completely doing that. So that's what I would say, SB. I think that yeah, if you focus all your passions, then that drive will get you through and you will get good marks doing that. If you just work on the intellectual path, you will pass, but it's not good. If you work on the emotional, you'll be a nervous wreck and be a write off, and you won't get anything out of that. Okay? I hope that helped you, SB. Thank you so much for the donations yet again, guys. Thank you, SB. Sebaha says, how should I improve my social life and make more friends that I vibe with? I'm stuck to 9 to 5 routine and all my old friends are long distance. Okay. So at the moment it's weird because the cards are saying that there is heartbreak. So it's like there's some kind of feeling of frustration here. It's important to know this frustration's not forever. It just feels like now. Okay. Let me look at because I haven't done this one in a while, so let me find out for you. Because I felt called to use this. So, yeah, at the moment you're feeling sadness, the underlying feeling of sadness. So, this is important for you. because with the sadness, you don't see anything bigger. You don't see outside yourself. And the Hierophant is going alone. So there feels like there's kind of like this journey at the moment, Sabahar, of being by your own self. Now, this is not a bad thing, but you've got to realize that that's important for you to um, understand that at the moment with the sadness, you're not going to attract anybody. There's kind of like this desperation vibe. Not that you are desperate, it just feels like the sadness is attracting people away from you, not towards you. Okay, so this is the aspen. Trust can be recovered, but not alone. This flower will keep you company, but help it by finding also the comfort of others. So don't just rely on being sad by yourself. Seek company. Not to console you, but to play, laugh, and joke together. Okay. In this way, ghosts will be able to return to whence they came. Once in a while, take a deep breath. So it seems like don't focus on making friends, but focus on just talking to people. Talking to people, having a great time. Like sometimes I just walk down the street and if I really like the energy of a person, I'm like, "Oh, great hair." Like, what have you been doing today? Or like how great is the sky today? It's beautiful. So sometimes just go with the flow. Don't focus on things that are lost. Focus on creating loving moments for other people. That's what I would say. It's make people smile, make people laugh, and then you focus on other people, not yourself, okay? I hope that helped you, Sebaha. Thank you so much for the donation. Ashley says, I donated on PayPal. Thank you, Ashley. You didn't put your question down, did you? Let me double check. Yeah, so I'll do your question in a second. Gotta find your question, Ashley. Okay. I'm going blind. Ashley, what was your question? Please put your question down again, because I cannot see it. And I'm not blind, but how is Norman currently feeling about me? Thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much. Okay. So, what does Norman think about you? Well, there's a feeling of rushing in. This person feels like they've got a little bit of an ADHD or a very sidetracked mind. They kind of get distracted every now and again. So it's like this person's chasing you, but there's no imagination. So they're like biting off more than they can chew, and then they get distracted again. So it's kind of like this feeling of like hit and miss kind of feeling. So they're like, oh yeah, like she's amazing, like I really like her, and then they get distracted. So with the magician, their feeling is like they're not feeling the imagination part of it yet. You know, they're not kind of like, oh yeah, what will she say? What will she do? So it's kind of like this feeling of maybe stepping back from what they actually feel, but more chasing. So it's kind of a hard thing because I would say that they're giving the ebb and flow of like doubting themselves. But in a way, they're confident, but they also doubt themselves quite a lot. But they feel like that's the case. Samira says, Yajni, I was alone at home. I hope you had a good Valentine's. I did. I did. I watched a detective movie with the other half because thank you so much, Ashley. I hope that helped. Definitely ask me any questions with that because there was this weird feeling of getting distracted quite easily. So, you know. Um, CS says general for the end of February. Give me 1 second. General for the end of February and a message from my guide right now. I don't feel good. Okay, so you're very focused on the end of February for some reason, CS. It just feels like you're focused on this and you haven't really let it go. Nine of Wands, there's good news or travel coming your way. So the end of February is going great for you. So you should just keep on going, keep on persisting because things are paying off for you. Why you're not feeling good right now is you don't have a healthy sense of self. Somehow your ego or the way that you perceive yourself is not great. And so therefore everything good in your life is just coming through and then exiting the other side. And it's like there's not enough time to capture it because if you're not feeling good, then you're kind of like missing out on opportunities because you're kind of, oh well, I don't want to do it now. I you're making the excuses and they just flow through. Okay, there you go. Thank you so much. Okay. Jade says, what are Kay's true feelings for me? This is hard. So we've got a feeling of this person. um this could be you. If you're the feminine in this, then it's important for you to actually realize that is that there's a feeling of sadness, there's a feeling of being overwhelmed. So this person sees you as being sad, you know. Ace of Wands, it's like they're trying to attempt to come towards you. So they're trying to attempt again and again, but they seem to be failing in their attempts. And they're trying hard, but it every time that they try their hardest, is coming with the cost to themselves is they're overthinking that they're doing something wrong. So every time that they try and like make you laugh or something like that and it doesn't work out, they're taking that on themselves. They're hurting themselves because yeah, they're not making you happy. But this person wants a family, they want kids with you. There's a feeling of knowing that they want to be with you. Okay? Yashni says hello. Sorry, give me a second. It goes so fast now. Um, will Kunil reach out to me for help? I heard that he's going through depression any time frame. I feel like the weirdest thing is that he's not experiencing it as depression. So it's kind of a weird thing that I don't feel like this person's going through depression the way that other people perceive it. So it could be that he's still going through depression, but the cards say that it's not like registering as depression. Um, is he going to reach out to you soon? Yeah, so honestly, like he would be very happy to talk to you. How many weeks? Months? No, once weeks. Yeah, no. Do you want to say, yeah, so in the first month? Yes. Okay. So when? Maybe days? 8 days from now is when he's going to contact you. Yeah. So at the moment he's weirdly enough like it's like the lovers in reverse and two of cups. Like he really wants to hear from you. Like he has moved or like changed a lot about himself. And I think that could have caused a little bit more feelings of unworthiness and insecurity. But overall, he seems to be very happy right now from the cards. But, you know, it's kind of hard because sometimes people say they're alright and they feel alright, you know? Okay. Dana says, is Capricorn coming to me soon? Okay. I do feel like it's coming to you soon. However, I don't feel like it's this month. It'll be the start of next month that he'll come towards you. This is important for you. It's like that feeling of like coming towards you, renewing this connection. So I don't feel like you'll get him back this month, but next month, early month, you know. So where how do you say it? So Maya says, give me a second. I get very positive feedback from my work performance by my leaders. Will I get very positive feedback from my work performance by my leaders and managers tomorrow? Um, so it seems so. Yeah. They will highlight some things that they don't feel like went very well, that you can fix. So don't feel very like upset. There's kind of like this fear aspect to it, you know? There's kind of like this fear aspect that you're really worried about, and you should let that fear aspect go because they're very happy with your work. There's some little things that you need to fix, but that's the same as everyone. Don't worry about it. You're doing a very good job, you know? So don't get caught up on the things that you haven't done, you know? Twisted Fate says general reading. Okay, so there's a feeling of that you're blocking ideas creation, um, or imagination. So your imagination's blocked. And it makes sense because you have an addiction right now of thinking less of yourself. You're very welcome, so Maria. Thank you for your patience. But there's a feeling of getting overwhelmed, you know, that your body or your mind just can't cope with um how you feel about yourself. So things come in for you naturally and then go out of your life. And this is to do with imagination or daydreaming. Like you think that you're less than sometimes. Some like other people get the luck, you don't, you know, twist it. So you've got to really work on that. You've got to work on a little bit more of a positive sense of self, and you need to work on just focusing on daydreaming, focusing on opening up your, you know, daydreaming in general. The Wheel of Fortune, trust the universe to actually like guide you to where you need to go. Okay. Moonlight says how is the person on my mind currently thinking and feeling about me? I think, yeah, it's a feeling and thinking towards me. Okay. Tips and cooking. How are you? Okay, so at the moment, this person's not working very hard on this relationship, and they're not really processing your emotions or processing how you're feeling. So be a little bit worried about these things. However, they're very focused on you as a whole. So they're investing their time, investing their energy in you. However, when it comes to little things or just working on things in general, um, hello, French baby. I was like going to read that name as French baby, but you know, it might be Paris on my brain. So that's important for you, okay? So this person needs to work a little bit harder, but I do feel like they love you or they're really interested in you. Flamme. I was wondering who calls themselves trench baby, but then it would be very confusing to actually have like um French baby too. Who was I on? Okay, Ashley says, "Is my head hurting because my little brother is dramatic and loud all the time?" Yeah, and just stupid. Stupid and dumb. So you find him very aggravating, and yes, your head is sore because he tends to do that all the time. Okay? Oh, cat fell on the floor. Aretha says, "Love message for me in March, please." Of course. Okay, so there's feeling of giving up and walking away from a lot of things that aren't serving you. So this could be general ideas of love, or like things that are not working for you. Just give up and walk away from them. So this could just be beliefs about love. The moon, don't listen to other people. This can be friends and family that are giving you advice that you should stop listening to, that's important for you to deal with. And then there's kind of like this feeling of that more interest will come in because you've got rid of all these beliefs that are tying you down, that are making you feel like harder. um it's hard to find someone. French Baby says, "When will I heal? Will I reconcile with the person I have been thinking about?" Okay. Don't give me a whole. I did do that. I was like, don't give me a whole story. I was trying to give you a novel, French Baby. Can we please only have one more card, please? I know that you're being very excited. They haven't done YouTube in a while. So you are actually healing. You won't reconcile with the person that you're thinking about. So there's kind of like no, but your heart is healing and you're addressing this. However, you still have fear in the past, and that needs to be let go of. So there's kind of like something that keeps on repeating in your mind, that keeps constantly bringing you to the past. You need to let this go, because the more that we think about something that is causing us pain in the past, our brains don't know the difference between the past and the present and the future. You know, it just brings us, if it you're like, there's a tiger in the past, your brain keeps bringing up the tiger. The mind doesn't know that there's a difference between the tiger in the past and the tiger right now that's in your brain. And so therefore, the more it thinks it will protect you, is going, okay, you need to remember the tiger. So you need to let that go. Dana, thank you. Dana, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. So, do you see a relationship with M Cancer? Sorry, give me a second. With M Cancer or J Capricorn? Okay, so it seems like both of those, Dana, would be perfect for you. However, you have to realize that M will be better for you because there seems to be a lot of prosperity, a lot of abundance, so there's a lot of good things with them. J will be a completely different ball game, and you will have to get to be in this relationship. You're very welcome, Trench Baby. Get in this relationship slowly. So there's a feeling of being very slow about this instead of like fast about it. You just have to do it slowly. The Magician, lots of great imagination, a lot of passion, Both of them are thinking and feeling about you a lot, so I don't feel like there's not any interest towards you at all. You know, that they definitely like you. Flamme said, "Did I choose the right option today?" And a message from Alain, please. Choose the right option today. I think that yes, it definitely helped your peace of mind. However, I think that it might have a less of an impact. You're very welcome. Thank you for the super chat. Um, it will have a harder time later on, you know, that you'll feel frustrated and a little bit more lonely because of the choice you made today. But I don't feel like you needed it right then, okay? So that's important. The message that I'm receiving from this person is like, I'm very much there for you. I'm very much like, if you let me know how you're feeling, I want to make sure that you're okay. You know, this person really cares about you. So SDK says, "Hi, personal guidance." Give me a second, ZK. This is the hardest part about, like, you know, personal guidance for me to level up in life, please. Okay, so Death Card, you are okay. So Death Card, you are going through a cycle that's ending very, very soon. So that's good, because I think that you've been very conscious about your life and your decisions. And this is going to be that something that kept on repeating for you is finishing. And it's going to just be done, you know. Love is someone's coming in for you as DK in your love life that's going to elevate you, that's going to help you. So be very intentional about who you give your time in love, because this is important. Most millionaires, billionaires, you know, the people that are very highly successful in life, say the most important choice in your life is who you spend the rest of your life with. So that's important. And there's a feeling of having behavior. I don't know. OBS just cut out. Denise Deschelle says, question. Samira, unfortunately, I haven't got to your question yet. Sorry. I try my best, but there is a lot of people in chat, and I haven't been able to read yours yet. Question, will my old employer Omni let me have exact same job back? I think if you plan to get this job back, Denise, you will definitely get it. But there's kind of like this planning in place that you need to do to get it. Okay? Okay. Dark Lucian says, a Leo, feelings and tensions towards me. I do feel like this person has like a general vibe, but I feel like this is more friends. If you're asking about like a love relationship, I don't feel like there's anything more than friendship. And then you should relax on this relationship. and allow things to naturally happen. But I do feel like this is only friends if that's the case. SK, I'm sad it cut out. It cut out on yours. Let me remember what I was going to say, SK, because I remember what I was going to say. Because it wasn't that. I see. Oh, yeah, so I was talking about a love. Love is the most important question in your life. And then level up in life, please. Spirit is funny. Well, it seems like you need to have a better memory, SK. uh, sorry, SK. But I remember, like, love. What was it? Love. Let's see if I can find. Yeah. All I remember is love. All I need is love. Okay. May says, will I meet a love interest during my trip in May? Yes. But you have to be a little bit more open. Like, how can I explain it? Get out of your headspace. That's important because that's the case. Get out of your headspace or you'll miss it. But there is this King of Wands. It might be slightly younger than you, definitely focused on you, and will definitely flirt the crap out of you. So do you realize if you don't wake up your mind and open up, then you're going to have a hard time with that. Fatin says, please, Omar's feelings and intentions towards me. You're very welcome. So there's a feeling of, at the moment, fights and arguments. So this person is thinking about the past with fights and arguments um, between you guys and non-excitement. So this person's not feeling excited when they see you or feel about you. And there's a feeling of like clearing or decluttering. So there's a feeling of getting over past events. So this person's feeling less and less excited about you in general. Uh, Fatin, unfortunately. Okay. Samira says, what is B's feelings towards me and next action? So this person's heart is healing. There is temptation. What is the temptation? Temptation's you. So honestly, this person's tempted by you, but their heart is healing. So this is hard because if they get into this relationship or they really commit to this relationship, they're not ready yet. That their heart is still hurting. And so therefore anything that happens in this relationship, they might give up and walk away from because it's hard for them to deal with this. That it's hard for them to process. Um so I think just be wise, be like understanding that sometimes they might pull back. Instead of chasing them, give them time because it's going to be very hard for them to deal with a relationship or be around you when they haven't healed yet, okay? So there you go, Samira. Erika says, how does Floyd feel about me? So this person is actually really working very hard in this relationship, and they've stayed for you. So this person might have been wanting to travel, or they wanted to move. There's kind of like this feeling of like they were going to move, but now they're staying by your side, and they're very committed to this. And they were not seeing options before, but because of you, they're seeing lots of things in their life. You're very welcome, Samira. You're very welcome. So there's a feeling of like them opening up to new options that they hadn't been before, okay? Emerald says, do you see a job for my son until the end of February? He just applied for one. He needs to plan more. He's not doing enough planning. He will get something small, but I do feel like this is more like a odd job or like a little bit of money before he gets something else. Hello, Sally, how are you? And like him getting something bigger because he's done the smaller job. Okay? Hello, Beskai. Pleased to meet you. Okay. Laura says, will I get an internship this summer? I feel like no. And it's kind of like, how can I explain it? You're in your headspace. Hello, Sally. You're in your headspace of this internship, and you need to get outside your headspace. And you might need to realize that maybe having a paid internship, you can't get a paid internship. You might need to do this free, or you might need to volunteer your time. There's something about like, don't worry about the paid aspect of this. There's kind of like a problem here with getting paid. So don't do that. Um I think that you'll have to figure out how you're going to support yourself or get enough food for yourself through this, okay? So don't focus on what you can't do, focus on what you can do, and just work on like getting yourself like a second job or something like that that you can pay yourself, so therefore you can do this internship for free. Best Guy says, will I finish my application on time and get to study in London this year? Ooh, London. Fancy place. Honestly, if you guys go to London, my favorite part of London is the Portrait Museum. Either that or Huntington's Museum. I don't know why I like museums, but I do. Okay. So there's a life choice that you're not doing, Bear, that you need to do right now. So it's kind of like you are procrastinating and you have to do it. You need to focus on the present to get things done. And you also need to rely on your creativity. So that's important. There's kind of like this feeling that you're shutting down your creativity. And that's more important than just like getting it done. So this application has to show a certain amount of creativity, a certain amount of like difference to the other applications that they're getting. So instead of instead of procrastinating, get something done. And this could be also contacting people to ask them advice about how to apply. Instead of just like submitting it, you kind of ask other people advice how to write this. Okay? Mealy says, will my current job improve? Okay, so you're getting out of some kind of self-reflection. Yes. The cards say yes, but it feels like you get someone that's very similar to yourself. Hello, Divine Soul. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you today? I hope that you got your messages. Divine Soul has is has booked Reiki with me before and has also paid for private tarot as well. If you do want to book any of those, they're over on Coffee. It's £5 for 30 minutes Reiki healing. So, and £5 for email tarot. So definitely go over there and book over on Coffee. I will be getting you're very welcome. I will be getting a website soon and those particular prices will change. Okay? So be warned. So that's important. So yes, you'll find someone that's very similar to you at work. Kind of like your evil twin. You've got a you're the good twin, evil twin. So kind of like Parent Trap. You guys will work very well and bounce off each other, and life will be going great because you'll have a work bestie. So that's good. And the Magician, there's lots of ideas, a lot of good things coming in your life, you know, that's important for you. So I do think your work will pick up very soon and you'll be like, "Oh my god, this person's great." Sally says, "Will William, sorry, give me 1 second, Sally. Will a William Aries date Lana Gemini?" Thank you, Christy. It will go up in price, so book them now or you miss out. You're very welcome, Bailey. Um, so will this person date Lana? Actually, I feel like there's this flirting going on, and this person, William, very focused on Lana. However, I do feel like Lana's a little bit like stuck in their own headspace or her headspace. It's just like um I feel like the William be very focused on Lana, but Lana will be in her own headspace. So if Lana gets out of her headspace, then yes, they will date. But you know. Divine Soul says, "How will be my 2023 in terms of happiness?" Happiness and love and relationships. That's a lot for 2023. Okay. So, okay, so love. The cards say for you is to grow your own self, you know, grow your own um personality, you know, and this will bring or attract love to you. This is important for you to attract love in for you. So happiness. Happiness, it seems like you need to save your own happiness and really work towards your happiness being saved. So instead of using your happiness on other people, save it for yourself. And there's a feeling of like relationships. If something doesn't work very well, give up and walk away. Um, Christy, is Jean here? Jean, do you know where my PayPal information is? I think there is a general link at the top. But yeah, let me know. Yes, thank you, Jean. That's amazing. Thank you. Susie, are you still here? Let me know if you're still here, Susie. I did see that you were waiting a while. What is his true feelings, intentions towards me in distance? He's Libra. So at the moment, Susie, this person's working on money instead of relationships. He's also finding you a little bit annoying, a little bit too much. And this could just be that at the moment he's feeling frustrated, angry, upset, and just is taking it out on other people because you feel. Weirdly enough, humans think they'll feel better if they take it out, their frustration out on other people. And at the moment, he's feeling frustrated towards you, and he's not returning like the love back to you. You love him quite a lot, but there's no kind of reciprocation, and he's just like, no. So it's kind of hard, Susie, because I would definitely feel for him is that if he doesn't understand or accept that he shouldn't do this to other people, he's always going to be alone, you know? He's always going to be in himself alone. So that's Susie's reading. Um Tempest general reading, of course, Tempest. You're very welcome, Susie. Sorry for the wait. I definitely understand that it's really busy tonight. And thank you, everybody, for your patience, okay? So, at the moment, your general reading, Tempest, is to save money. There's a feeling of that this is needed and wanted right now to save some money so you don't have to worry about it right now. So yeah, save some money, don't stress, you know. Christy, thank you so much. Give me 1 second and I'll do your reading straight afterwards. And Divine Soul donated a super sticker. Thank you, Jean, for letting me know that. I appreciate that so much. So let's go to Tempest reading, because we were working on Tempest. You know, Tempest, I'm trying to blow my nose and nothing's coming out. So there's a feeling of saving, focusing on money, just saving it, compacting it down. If you're a single Pringle, if you spent Valentine's Day alone or something like that, there seems to be someone coming in for you. If you're already in a relationship, it is to see the similarities in your partner that you have in yourself. But there seems to be some compatibility there, looking at each other and seeing each other as a whole, you know. Um, there's kind of like this background that you guys maybe got raised together, not raised together, but in the same community. You've got the same worship group, you know, very similar. There's at the moment, Tempest, you are worried about that you haven't got a lot of enjoyment in your life. It could be that you're very focused on how can I explain it? You're worried about losing this excitement in your life without realizing that you're stopping yourself doing new things. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're very kind. Give me 1 second and I will do your reading and Divine Souls. So there's kind of like this feeling that you need to do new things. This can be small things, but you need to do little things that are enjoyable every single day to bring back your excitement. Divine Soul says current feelings of Owen for me. do you see him walking away in the future, or something will get better? So, current feelings, there is a death card, but it's a different cycle. And I do feel like Erwin is at the moment currently giving up the process of thought that he currently is in. You're very welcome, Tempest. So it's like this feeling of walking away and this cycle finishing. So honestly, there's been some things that he has been holding on to, and this has become too much for him. So he is walking away from that. Things will get a lot better for you both with the sun. This is joy, radiance, brilliance, excited, like honestly, everything that you feel on a really lovely day. You're just like, oh my lord, this is so nice, you know. So yeah, things are going to get much much better, and the sun will irradiate the darkness away. You know, it's going to be gone. This strength in reverse means that he's going to be weak towards you. So it's like this feeling of like he's been holding on to the strength for so long, but with the weakness means that he knows that he needs to be more vulnerable. He needs to connect with you. So I do think things are going to get better, and they're going to get better quite soon. I don't feel I feel like this death cycle has just finished for you. So it might be this month, but I would honestly say next month is when that real connection comes again for you both. Okay. So, Christy, did you put down your question with the PayPal? Let me double check. Because that's better. If you put down the question, nope, you haven't, but that's okay. Um, we'll find your question, Christy. Thank you so much. Let me plug my. You're very welcome, Divine Soul. No, thank you. Divine Soul is amazing, guys. Christy, where is your question? Let me find yours. Oh my lord. I always find it's very hard, like after a while. Okay, you're posting now. Great. That's good. How is everyone in chat? I love you all. Thank you for spending Wednesday night with me. I definitely appreciate it. What like what time is it for everybody? It's tiring. Oh, cute. I will try to get to yours, cute baby. Should I file for bankruptcy? Ooh. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Death card. Okay, so you shouldn't listen to other people on this. This is a very highly personal question. The death card, I would definitely say that it's more on the likelihood of yes. It's 2 o'clock in 8. You woke up at 2 o'clock, Enchantress. Wow. Okay. Much dedication, much love to everybody. So this death card, I would definitely say that it's the ending of a cycle. So honestly, the cards are more likely to say yes on this one, But I'm going to ask the pendulum as well. Should you... Yes, so even the pendulum saying yes. And I think it's just because it will give you a understanding you will be protected, and that you will be able to get through this and continue life afterwards. So that's what I would say to you. Yeah, so only good things around the corner. However, you're not excited about this. I wouldn't be. It's going to be quite a hard process, but I do feel like you'll recover after this, and it will be a faster recovery than if you just didn't. But as I said, as I say to most people, tarot reading is advice. It's entertainment purposes. Do realize that I am not in any way a lawyer. So, but the cards say yes. So, you know. Cute baby! 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 When is Sabai Capricorn going to contact me? Next actions, pendulum and card. So, is he going to contact you? Okay, I think at the moment, Q, you should stop thinking about him right now and allow that energy of controlling to let go. Because the easiest way for people to contact us is to let go of them and just like, okay, fine, you know, you don't want to contact me, fine, I'm gonna do my thing over in this corner. And soon enough, you'll have him contacting you, eating out of the palm of your hand. Okay, so will he contact you? Well, it definitely says yes. Which month is he going to contact you? Not gonna say anything. Okay, week. So you have to give him up, you know, you've gotta like let him go. 6 weeks from now, so you know. Honestly, just let him go and see like how fast he bounces back. It's just a weird thing, but it changes the energy, you know. Enchantress says, how do other people see me? Well, I do see you as very committed as being up at 2 a.m. Unless you do actually see me. You're very welcome. Sorry guys that it takes me so long to get to everyone's readings. I appreciate every single donation tonight. Thank you so much. Keeps my lights on, keeps me fed, okay? You don't have to donate. I just appreciate every single one of you. So, at the moment, Enchantress, how do people perceive you? So sometimes they can see you as being a little bit annoying, but I think it's just because I think that honestly you're very intelligent, and people feel like you dumb yourself down for a lot of people. And so they get a little bit upset, a little bit frustrated because there's a difference. There's kind of like the how could I say, the facade looks, you know, like cute, adorable, but you have a brain and you just don't seem to be showing people the brain, and they get upset because, you know, you're very highly intelligent. The Hanged Man, there's kind of this fear or procrastination, like when you are like your friends ask you to go out with them, you give them excuses like, oh yeah, I can't do it tonight, you know. And it's just fear. You don't let yourself like enjoy something, you just have to control yourself. You know, that's important. Allow yourself to naturally drop into something. Say yes a lot, especially when with your friends, okay? Page of Pentacles, you can look on the outside like you don't care about other people's feelings. And it's just maybe their feelings are too much for you. So you just like let things naturally, like, how can I explain it? You you don't tell people when you're overwhelmed. So I feel like you can be very highly empathic, but you get overwhelmed with people's emotions so much that you give people excuses, not just like, hey, at the moment, I'm just going to take a quick break because I'm feeling overwhelmed. Like, I love your, hey, Moon, thank you for this, for subscribing. Thank you. Um, so there's feeling of like opening yourself up to being caring, but don't get too overwhelmed. Maybe even kind of imagine there's like this kind of light around you, so emotions keep bouncing off. When you get overwhelmed, just imagine this lovely white radiant energy around you, and so therefore if you feel overwhelmed, all the emotions bounce off. It's kind of a weird thing, but it works. Shania says, does O love me? I'm going to meet him tomorrow. Is he excited about it? How will I go? Please take my question. It's too late. Your eyes are closing. Well, I'm glad that I am taking your question. I'm sorry that your eyes are closing. I hope that that open a lot longer so you can actually get your message. Okay? You're very welcome, Enchantress, you know? Um, so does I love you? Yeah, this person would say that they love you. There is this feeling of joyous spring. This is the weirdest thing is that this person maybe even thinks that they're going to get married to you. Don't get really greet by this. And most times when I read like people want to have a family or they want to get married to you, it's an important thing for them to realize that they might be attracted to you to that point of time. Okay? But this person's got to go through a lot of different iterations. At the moment, they're not ready for marriage. So at the moment, they've got to deal with a lot of things that are keeping them. So they need to moderate their behavior, and they're also in their headspace. So don't expect them not to be distracted tomorrow. A little bit of a weird thing where they might be a little bit more overwhelmed. um they're just getting very scattered. Don't worry, it's not you, but they need to deal with being present, being in the moment without them being too overwhelmed. And I think it's just because they want this to go as well as you do. And so it's going to have a hard thing that I would say for you is just like realize this person's very nervous and very shaky, and um the first time that you meet, it might not go well because I do feel like you're slightly different people. But I do think if you keep asking questions and getting to know this person, he will open up. And I think that you'll have a great time. Just don't kind of put all your um thoughts in this one date, okay? Samana says, next a love event from Harris towards me. Please, I wait. Take my question. Of course, Samana. Okay, so at the moment, there seems to be this feeling that Harris might feel like you're creating fights or arguments on purpose. There seems to be this distance because he's Um, wondering if you're like trying to see the red flags or something like that. You're very welcome, Shania. Have a good night. Have a good sleep, okay? So there's just this feeling of being very frustrated or unsettled about like you always picking certain things, and it feels like there's kind of like this argument because you pick up things and he goes, oh yeah, so it's not just your fault, it's his as well. So I think the next step for both of you is to go slowly. Go slowly, because you're both um triggering each other in some ways when you don't know that you're triggering each other. So there's kind of like this feeling of um like going slowly, going carefully, okay? Nala says messages from my mom. I think honestly she's from the other side. Wanting to boss you around. So she's telling you to save and plan. So she's being very important, okay? So she's like, oh yeah, save and plan. Save and plan. Make sure you're right, save and plan. But then she goes into this and she's like, you can be, Nala, whatever you want to be. And she's like, if you work on these two things, then you can have the life that you want. So save money, save money, plan for your future. So there's kind of like this feeling of like making sure you're okay before anybody else. She worries about you sometimes because she's like, maybe you're not ready to save your money, to plan, but she wants you to have that ability to enjoy the moment, to enjoy life, okay? There you go. Chris Wolfer. Will Michaela pass her nursing test to get in nursing school this time? So, will she get in? I think so. I think so. Third time is a charm, though. So it's kind of a weird thing because I think that she's learnt from the last time and she's going to get a good score this time. So let's ask the pendulum because the pendulum's like, will she get into school this time? Yeah, so it's saying yes as well. So I do feel like she's the thing. Okay, thank you. I was mama's girl and she left me alone. Much hugs to you, Nala. Pooja says, what does Bisway think about his connection with me? Okay, so he thinks that it's all he ever wants. However, at the moment, he's still chasing after money because he wants kids. Hello, Tandem. And so that is like taking up a lot of his time because he wants to look after you. He wants to give you a good life and he wants to look after kids. So, that's kind of hard for him right now, is just like, okay, I want to work hard for that. Thank you. She's taking it. It'll be a third time now. Third time's the charm. She will pass. Channel says, how will my person O feel towards me? No contact. He's from another country. At the moment, he's quite blunt. And his heart is healing. So honestly, I do feel like this person could be very caring and very kind. They do have an outer shell of harness. So they just they're kind of soft and like squishy on the inside, but you need to warm them up first. And it's because the heart is healing right now. So honestly, I do feel like they have like this connection already. Great reading, and I never told you it was third time. Lol. It was weird. I had this feeling of like third time's a charm. This person wants to be the man for you. Even if they're female, they want to be the masculine channel, and they really care about you because they have this energy of like really caring. Not that they would show it, you know. As I said, crunchy on the outside, you know, softer than squishy on the inside. Sea Saint says, how does people view me and reading for much? Okay. So, how most people view you, it's weird. There's a vent in your life that is a very big a trigger right now to how people view you. And I don't know why, because people shouldn't feel this, but they do. So there was something in your life that fell down, and it fell down dramatically, which has impacted your self-esteem. It's impacted a lot of your it's weird, and it's like part of your physicality it's impacted. But with the tower in reverse, you can actually work on this. You can grow this. You know, you can work on the tower and rebuild it. So take your time, build a stable foundation under it, because it's going to help your mentally, you know. There's also a feeling of fear, like you're holding on to the past with fear. And this could be that you haven't built this tower because you're scared of this happening again. When we hold on to fear, fear rules us. Not the other way around. Fear rules us. Hands down. So you have to let that past fear go. Even though it's in the past, you keep on focusing on it and keep on holding on to it. March is the end of a cycle. So something keeps on repeating in your life, sea saint, and you should let it go, you know? So that's one thing that I would say, let it go, allow it to move on for you. Jean says, will I be able to move into a bigger house in the neighborhood I want to buy next month? But how do most people view me? Weirdly enough, through this fear of yours. There's something that keeps holding people at bay, because there's kind of like this feeling of fear, like doubt. Maybe it shows up in your insecurity. It shows up in your non-confidence. So people find you quiet. They find you self-effacing. You don't tend to talk that much, or when you talk, it seems like you don't want to be there. So that's important. So Jean, will you get a new house? Okay, so it might take a lot longer than you expect, Jean. The cards are highlighting winter, but that's important. It's more winter, so if it's winter for you, then great. But Page of Pentacles is working on your finances, Jean. So work on your financial knowledge. Figure out if this is the right choice financially for you. King of Wands, there's someone else that can either help you. So this could be a son. This could be it's not a father figure or something like that, but someone in your family that can help you with buying your house. So that would be important to figure that out. So it's kind of like this younger male. So it could be a friend of yours. It's someone that is the thing. Potential spouse. Is it a potential spouse? No. Is it family though? Yeah, so it's someone in your family, which is what I was getting. There you go. PJ says, what does DB feel about me and his connection with me? Everyone's sleepy. It is late for me too. You're very welcome, Jean. So there's excitement in this person's life when they think of you. That's important, PJ. Give me 1 second. Because I need to read the rest of this. So that's interesting that they've got this kind of feeling of excitement. The world, they're looking forward to actually like experiencing the world with you. There's a feeling of getting out, seeing the whole entire world, enjoying that moment with you, exploring, having a great time. And then there's a feeling of being satisfied and full and complete because you're in their life. So that's important. That they're really, really satisfied with this relationship, okay? There you go, PJ. Okay, Love Libra says his feelings at the moment towards me, no contact. Well, it feels like he's still wanting to flirt, or there's like this desire to over flirt with you, specifically you. There's also a feeling of like renewing your friendship or wanting to connect. And Knight of Wands, like the good news is coming in for this relationship. So honestly, I don't think that he's going to be back in your life very soon. What do you think, Pendulum? So when will he come in? What month is he going to come in? It's definitely the first month he's going to come in for you. So this month? Next month. Next month is he's going to come in. Yeah, so he's going to come in next month, okay? You're very welcome. Megaha says a general love reading. General love reading. Okay, so I feel like you. Okay, right. Okay, your energy is going in the wrong way, Megaha, for love right now. So it might be going somewhere like good for anything else in your life, but love is not. So it's interesting. I would definitely feel like your energy needs to go right on track for love. So that's important. And dealing with your own emotions. So there's a feeling of like emotionally you're not going great as well. And this could be overthinking love or overthinking that connection between you guys. So that's important. And the moon, stepping away from what advice other people give you. Okay? So that's what I would say in general, is stepping away from people that are telling you certain things about your love life, okay? Selva says, what formal and personal qualities does he love about me? I'm Taurus. I think a lot of your personal qualities. Like the formal qualities that he admires is your ability to think fast, you know. Um so you make your mind up quite easily. So you don't tend to sit around decision making, you know, you just do it. And honestly, I would say a lot. He can be quite yeah. Honestly, um you are being very mean to yourself sometimes when you're like, "Oh, yeah, but I'm not attractive," you know. He's not playing games. Uh honestly, cough cough, he likes your butt. But, you know, like there's so many qualities about you non-formally that he's just like, you know, he's upset that you'd even ask this question. You know, that's what I'm getting is like, don't you don't need to ask everything's perfect, okay? Queen Rita says, "Why is my ex texting me? Why is your ex texting you?" He's feeling lonely and he wanted to know whether you're free. You know why? Yeah. He hasn't changed. I think just leave, you know. Yeah, sit there and go, thanks, no thanks, you know. But yeah, if you do want to hook up, you know, he would like to. Yeah, he's not finding any luck. He wants a woman, but he can't find it. Yeah, I would say just for hookup. He hasn't changed. Astra says, what my family think about my apartment, and how will Frenchie see me?" You're very welcome, Cream Rita. Okay. So at the moment, your family are very happy that you're going to be living on your own, and you're taking the steps to grow. So honestly, they're very happy, and they're happy that you got out of where you were physically stuck. So this might be at home, but they're just glad that you've got a great apartment and you're safe, you know. How does Frenchie see you? At the moment, he's thinking about himself. So there's kind of like a weird thing where at the moment he's probably feeling a little bit hurt and upset. Um, with King of Cups in reverse, if they're feeling hurt and upset, they're just like closed down or something like that. That's the case. But yeah, maybe it's just like not that he hasn't spent a lot of time with you, and that's what's coming through is like not spending time with you, not being able to do that, you know. Tandem says, when will me and Gemini get back together? Does he have access to my municipality records somehow? So, will you get back together? I think you're struggling and winning on this point. So, at the moment, if you want action from him, then you won't get action, but I think you'll bring this person closer to you. How many months? 2 months from now? Does he have your record? No. So no to that. Tamia says, my name is Devika. Current feelings and energies on my husband. What did I do? Oh, I put them in the wrong way. My brain has just like left the building. Sorry, guys. You're very welcome. What is your feelings of energy of her husband towards you? So this, your husband feels like he's spending money on you. I don't know why that's important, Tammy, but, or Devika, but that's coming through. There's kind of like karma applied to him right now, and there's a feeling of being emotionally upset. So, like, honestly, at the moment, he's not feeling very well, and I do feel like it's coming through as like being frustrated at you, but it's not your fault. It's not the person that he should be angry with. It should be himself, because every time he like feels like it's your fault, is not, he's doing this to himself. So yeah, at the moment I don't feel like it's very positive thought, but that's important. Shan says, when do you see me going on vacation in my home country? Sorry, Shan. Home country this year, best time, please. Okay. You're very welcome, Devika. So the universe is saying, trust it, allow it to guide you where it naturally is going to go. So it doesn't have a time frame. However, at the moment, you're mostly involved in that. Hello, light in the world. How are you? Mostly involved in this thought of like going home, and you're not seeing the options. So at the moment, because you're so locked in the options of dealing with things, you're not seeing how quickly you can get in. You need to work more at. I'm very good, thank you, light in the world. Just allowing the universe to guide you, and soon enough those options will be open and you'll be able to earn more money, or you're going to be able to deal with other things that will come up in a very easy manner, because you're not going to be overthinking it, okay? And you're not going to be really focused on one thing, okay? Tyrell says, how does Sam Aries think about me since our breakup 5 months ago? There's still excitement when it comes to you. This person's still very excited. However, I do feel like they kind of gave up and walked away from this relationship. In general, it's just like, okay, I'll go my own way, because they couldn't control their emotions. So even though they're excited, it's just like over their emotions, that their emotions are overwhelming. Okay? So they still feel excited about you, but they also need to deal with their own things. Pride and Prejudice says, why do I lack so much self-respect, self-worth? Any messages this year from God how to heal? Work on... Weirdly enough, this is usually someone else, but I think you're the cat as well as the hand. And it's like, treat yourself as you would a stray cat. Instead of allowing the stray cat to bite you, you put down some food. While they're busy eating, you stroke the fur and you sit there and go, you're never going to be alone again. You're never going to be out in the cold again. So you kind of override this feeling of like being unwanted, but it's through your kindness. So every time like you don't eat, you're sitting there going, okay, treat yourself like the stray cat. Give yourself some food. Give yourself like a hug, you know. Make sure that you know that you're safe and protected and you're going to look after yourself, okay? Queen of Wands, there is this passion and fiery nature that you very much, when someone comes into your life, you focus on them more than yourself. Instead of focusing on them, you need to focus on yourself first and then share with the other people. So you need to really focus on yourself first. Star, there's a lot of growth coming in for you this year, and it could be a wish fulfillment, but it's more like any seeds that you plant. So plant lots of seeds to grow. So if there's like things that you want to do, plant them and grow that into something new. Okay? Ovals says, does my person feel happy to know that the judgment has come in my favor? Their viewpoint on this. I don't think so. So winter, holding on to things. So this person's like in a period of ice. So they're either freezing you out or they're freezing themselves out. So if you know anything about runes, there is a rune called ice. And it's interesting that I have to explain that. So ice is non-movement. So when there's a period of ice, nothing moves, everything's still, and if you struggle with it, you just have to accept that. The other thing is that they're holding on to their own possessions. They don't want to let them go. They don't want to share with you. So there's kind of like this feeling of like being a little bit more possessive, and then going their own way. So it's kind of like this feeling of maybe they're happy for you, but it doesn't feel like it. You know, that it doesn't feel like they're as happy as I would say they should be. Give me 1 second. I need some water, but I didn't fill up my water bottle, so, you know, I've got to drink it the old fashioned way, which is like not going to be great. Manesia, it is. Unfortunately, I haven't got to yours yet. I don't think I've even read it. It's being too fast for me. Okay, Alpha says, would my marriage be with O in the future with different nationalities? Will he be happy with me? Okay, so honestly, yes. I feel like this person's going to be very happy. I think you guys going to get married. However, this comes with a cost. So you will have to let go of fear in the past and choose a new decision. And this could be moving, immigrating countries, because that's the only way that you guys are going to be together in the future. So that's important, okay? So that's the case. So I do feel like you get married, but you have to move for that. Minesia says, I'm from the beginning, my dear. Any good stuff? Sorry, guys. Any good stuff coming in the near future? What's going on in Armin's life? No contact. Okay, so what good things are coming in for you? Manesia, it could be someone that's coming in for you, but it could also be a lot of wealth coming in for you. So it's kind of either money or someone. So I'm not gonna sit there and go, okay, it could be both. It could be someone like a rich man. So someone that's coming in for you. So that's important for you right now. And instead of focusing on the small things, Manesia at the moment, or Manesia, how do I say that? New one, Mane. I think we tried this before, and I didn't do it well. Moon Zia, I think. Sorry, it's a struggle. So it's like, don't focus on the small things, focus on the bigger picture. Verniza. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. I know that I did it right last stream, but it's been a while, so, you know. Sometimes it's hard. Verniza. Okay. And there's a feeling of this person, Muhammad Amin, life, no contact. I think he's been looked after, like, cared for. I don't feel like this is a love. This is like someone else that's actually looking after him. So it's just someone else that can take care of him. But it's not a romantic interest, it's someone else, okay? Empress says, hello, when will third party go away from mine and my person's life and we could get married? Any timeline, please ask Pendulum. I feel like this third party is not going to leave. I don't feel like your person wants this person to leave. Is this person going to leave? So even the pendulum's like, no, that's not going to happen. So, you know, I think he is happy, or like at least looked after, you know? So I don't feel like it's good or bad. But yeah, I don't think this third party is going to leave. Will you get married though? Let's ask for marriage. So yes, you guys are going to get married. How long until you get married? Says 3 years. So it's going to take you a while. Is this person going to leave after you get married? So yes. So it's going to take you 3 years to get married. But yeah. After that, this third party will leave you alone. Okay? Moonlight says, may I have a general? Hello, Yellow Roses. You're very welcome. Okay, so there's a feeling of at the moment dealing with your mood. There's kind of like this fiery energy coming through for you, but it's kind of slightly destructive. So your mood, Moonisa, he is happy with his life right now. Okay. Sorry, your name's quite hard for me to pronounce without me going Z. Zia. You know. Sorry. It must be an English thing. I'm sorry that it takes me a while to pronounce. So it's kind of like the feeling that this fiery, passionate energy is not going the way it needs to be going. It's not you're not working on creative goals. There's no kind of working towards something. This could be working with your hands instead of just with your mind. But because you're not turning to a creative outlet, you're actually letting this emotion, like upsets and everything, flow through you, and you shouldn't let it affect you that much. You should be working towards something creatively. Hierophant means that you should let um drop those expectations of your society, whatever the social constructs you have in your society, and just do what you want instead of allowing culture or society to dictate your actions towards yourself. Okay. Yellow Roses says, channel messages from AM, and how do the collective of people see me? Do they see me dumb and gullible? So, Knight of Wands and Empress. So, AM's rushing into this relationship. You're very welcome, Moonlight. Rushing into this relationship, but he also doesn't know whether he wants family. He doesn't know whether he wants kids. There's kind of this feeling of like not knowing what he wants, but it's very impulsive and he should take a step back and kind of figure out what he wants before he rushes in, because it's just he's not getting what he wants with you. So that's important. What do people usually see for you? They love you. You're not gullible. I think that you show a lot of love, and in return, a lot of people love you, but you maybe love too much. You love too deeply, and you love a lot of people. And that tends to mean that a lot of people take your love for granted. Because, when you do something for someone for a long time, they just think it's a normal thing, you know? Light in the World says, what is my soulmate or true love like? What is your soulmate or true love like? He definitely works in the realm of reality. He's very down to earth. He doesn't tend to be one of those people that lets his like, oh, sorry. If anyone heard that, that was my back. Just went crack. Because I was stretching. So there's kind of this feeling of like reality being different for him, because he tends to dwell solely on reality, you know? There's also a feeling of that there's more options. So he always sees options. So he could be a venter or someone that can create things, but he doesn't manifest them. He does that through work and tenacity. So it could be a venter or someone that does something pretty magical. But I don't think that he thinks it's magical. It's just reality. He's very smart, very intelligent, but I don't feel like he thinks he's intelligent. He does think he's a little bit um dumb. Hello, Shawnee. Is your name Shawnee? Journey. I was right about that. Hello, welcome in. So I do think he earns quite a lot of money, but for him, it's more like he's already bought the things he wants. And so, therefore, he just does this for the sake of doing it. Does he think that you're dumb or people dumb? No. I think he thinks he's dumb, but he's very smart, you know? But he might have not got good grades or something like that. And so he thinks he's dumber than he is. I do feel a highly intelligent person, highly emotionally sensitive person. You know, that's what's coming through for you. Ifra says, what did the two people I worked with feel about me, please? It's weird because there's a little bit of judgment, but it's probably because they don't know who you are yet. You're very welcome, Light in the World. They don't know who you are yet, so there's kind of like this feeling of summing you up, figuring out who you are as a person, because they don't know. They're very happy to have you around. There's kind of like this feeling of relief because you're there. Um, and they get to. I don't know whether you like take like you're a multicolored person or something like that. There's kind of this feeling of rainbows coming through. So a very how can I explain it? Like, you might have a multicolored personality. Like, you just make other people feel better or feel good. And you can be slightly cheeky or a little bit naughty, you know? But they enjoyed you. So, you know how you get like a gift box of chocolate or something like that? Like, you're just like multicolored, full of brightness, full of laughter, full of, and you're just exciting. But I think they had this bit where you haven't shown it, I haven't done yours yet. Is the internet okay, guys? I think we had a couple of times that it disconnected, but honestly, Aoife, I'd love to be around you. What the cards are saying is that you have like this really great feeling. DJ Kiwi. Hi Cass, a message from my highest self and why and who's sending me angel numbers. Message from your higher self. So your higher self is like, get your head out of your ass. I don't know why I said that, but it seemed like a thing, DJ Kiwi. So get your mind. Yeah. So it's weird, like things. Oh, thank you, Ephra. So it's like, stop procrastinating. Stop like being in your own headspace. Because Ace of Wands, like, you can clearly get what you want in life. You just need to kind of focus on that instead of like your headspace, because your headspace is like, it's so hard, like everything's just coming down on me. So that's the case. Um And who keeps sending you angel messages? Apparently, someone that's very close to you. So this could be a shadow self. So this could be the how can I explain it? So I usually feel like this is another soulmate, but this seems like the twin of you. So shadow selves are the mirror of ourselves, Um so this is important for us to see ourselves, the shadow self, as a mirror of ourselves. And this might be time to do some shadow work, because how can I explain it? We have personality traits that we let out, that we feel, hello Allison, welcome in, that we feel very confident about, that we let show, and then some things that we don't like about ourselves that we hide. And this is the shadow self for you, okay? Alexis says, what does Daniel feel about me now? Born to be wild. I will answer your question very soon. Okay. So, Alexis, it's just you and me. What does Daniel think about you now? So there's imagination. There's imagination in this. So this is daydreaming, active daydreaming, thinking about you all the time. Just can't get enough of you. However, there's a feeling of this person trying to cope in their life, trying to um get stuff in order for themselves. So a lot of this is to do with the environment they're in currently. It's not great, and something that they have to give up and walk away from. But I don't feel like this is you, but it's impacting how they feel about you, because this is important for you, is that there's kind of like this give up and walk away that they have to deal with right now. So that's what I would say, is that they have to do this and then they have to come back to you. Okay. Hannah says, may I ask how I will do in my exam? Okay, so you need to get out of your headspace. You have to bring your passions, bring your fiery, passionate self to this exam for you to do well. So focus on why you want to pass this exam, not kind of like so get out of your head space, stop procrastinating, stop making it hard for yourself, and really work on your passion, and you will pass. Okay. Kimberly says, how does Marshall feel when we spoke? He felt like he wasn't looked after or cared for. There's kind of like this feeling of acceptance of whatever you wanted to say, Kimberly. But there's just like this feeling of dread, or, like you don't want me anymore. And temperance in reverse, like his mind, his whole personality is in chaos. It's kind of like this person's just waiting for you to leave, or something that's kind of not working very well. Okay. So um yeah, I don't know why this is causing him to panic, but I think it's just because his life is kind of chaos right now. So yeah, he does actually. And so with his life being in chaos, he's feeling like you're not there to care and look after him, and that's kind of a big thing. No. It's been a while, Rima. I do know that. May I ask what the general thoughts of people are for me? Okay. It's weird. Thank you, Lily. Welcome in. Thank you for the donation. I will do your question straight away after this. Can you please put down your question? Well, mean, he said he looks good. He told me he wants to be alone. It's weird that he's pushing you away. Welcome in, Lily. So, Rima, it's kind of a weird thing that honestly people have the impression of you not being there. It's like, there could be that you're diminishing your light, that you're not really showing like confidence. So you need to plan a lot of like how you see your like how you want other people to see you. There's also a feeling of not tapping into your creativity with like what you show, what you actually explain. Like, there's kind of like this feeling of showing creative options when it comes to your dress and wardrobe that would show people a lot more of who you are. There's a life choice that you're not making about who you want to be perceived. And I think that you need to get out and you need to perceive the world a lot more, So instead of like sitting there going, I only want to be seen one way, you should see like more than one side of this, okay? So there you go, Rima. Lily, did you have a question for me? Thank you so much. Okay. I'm a Libra dealing with my Scorpio. He's still hot and cold. I would like to know his current feelings. Should I walk away or be patient? I question his feelings towards me. Wonder if there's a future. Lily. Scorpio, huh? I deal with my Scorpio all the time. Okay. Right. So this is what your Scorpio is dealing with underlying this, like his feelings, you know. So there's a feeling of fear. So there's kind of like this feeling of you're going to leave. So that's a hot, you know. And then the temperance is like, okay, well, you know, temperance in reverse, chaos. So it's like this feeling of like, oh, well, maybe I've just done this too much. So like I'm going to act cold because she can't know that I really like her. Which is a stupid thing to think, but that's the thing. Is the fear gets them all the time. I don't know whether you can allay their fears because honestly, they have to address their fear on their own. Jeanette, just put down your question and just keep reposting it until I answer. Sorry, Jeanette, it's like a luck of the draw, unfortunately. Um so there's temptation for you to be struggling and to walk away, but do you know that if you start trying to walk away, Jeanette, it's whatever you feel like tonight. There's no down limit, you know, because everyone lives around the world, so you know, whenever you want to donate, feel free. So there's a feeling of just giving up and walking away. And it's a temptation. And you've got to figure out whether you want this or not, whether you want to deal with their fear and their reluctance to change. Because with this chaos, it's very important. The chaos, you know? Thank you, Jean. I appreciate that. So yeah, um Scorpios, you love to hate them. No, I don't think that there's anybody else. He's just feeling like you're going to leave, and so therefore that's the case. Jeanette, what's your question? Thank you so much for the donation. Guys, it is 222 where I am. Thank you so much, Jeanette. Sam, of course you can. No? Excuse me. Just curious if Mo wants to communicate what's next between us, if anything. These all wanted to come out. So we'll go with this. Okay, so this person wants to communicate. It's just going to be interesting because it's frustrating right now. So, Page of Wands, this person doesn't want to um continue on because they are afraid of the next step, which is causing you guys to have arguments. So this person, Mo, hasn't been able to step up into the commitment that you want. Um oh, thank you, Christy. Step up into what you want them to be. They are always really kind of hesitant, kind of not ready, and that's causing some arguments. There is a feeling of focusing on the present when you should focus on the future. No, no, sorry. Focusing on the future when you should focus on the present and allow things to naturally happen instead of like looking to the future to kind of give that space. But Mo will start reciprocating. There's a feeling of sharing that he wants to share with you. So I do feel like the communication will happen, and this is important for him, you know? And there's a feeling of celebration. So you guys are going to go through a celebration. This can also involve you guys getting married, because the Four of Wands is a marriage card. So how long until he communicates with you? I was just gonna ask, like, whether he will contact you first, just in case. Will it be this month? So it's gonna be this month, so don't worry, it's not that far away. Yeah, so it's just hard for him to deal. And it could be just like why you said he's so weird is because he probably this is probably not just you. This could be his old past relationships where he's tried to communicate or talk about something and he's just had an instant argument. So I do realize he might have had something in the past that was domestic abuse. And so, therefore, sometimes it's very hard for him to explain his mind without thinking that he's going to have a problem. Christy, what's your question? So, thank you so much. Thank you for the donation yet again, Jeanette. I feel like that's blocking him. Yes. So I honestly I think that he needs someone to talk to him through how much his past is holding him back. I really have to figure out what's happening to my nose. Give me 1 second. I am going to do Christie's and then I will be on to the next person's. Thank you so much for your patience tonight, everyone. I hope you're having a good time. I wish I could speak to him about it. He won't get deep with me anymore. I feel like he doesn't have feelings anymore. He does still have some very big feelings for you. It's just hard for him to explain without him feeling like he's going to have a hard time, you know? Christy says, will my son Mark start talking soon? I'm hoping the Reiki will help him. Who are you getting treated by? Reiki is amazing. I do Reiki. It's hard because there is environmental impact, like environmental factor there for him to speak. It could be something to do with water. I don't know why I'm called to say that, but there's kind of like that you guys don't have any money to move. There's something to do with maybe this is a important factor is the environment that you guys live in. the Star in reverse, and Nine of Pentacles. So honestly, the cards are saying that you are going to get rewarded because you're putting in the hard work, and it seems like there's going to be some payoff soon. But yeah, there's also water here, so that's interesting. I don't know why I'm picking a water, but yeah. Star in reverse is interesting because it is working on yourself and working on close things instead of working on outside. The King of Swords and the World. When your son feels comfortable enough, he feels like he will talk. It's just like a matter of time. Is there anything about Reiki that I'm feeling? I'm feeling a calmness. So the Reiki is helping. And I would say from my point of view, I'm always going to be like, you know, so having that feeling that the Reiki is helping him, because I'm feeling this calmness from the cards. But overall, I do feel like he's going to be talking soon, but I do feel like the environmental um parts of life that you might not be able to fix because it might be moving is something that's important. Okay. Thank you for the donation yet again, Christy. Thank you so much. Positive Vibes says a message from a Libra. We've separated last year. Can you tell me? Give me a second. um. Messages from a Libra. We're separated last year. Can you tell me with the pendulum which month he will come back? So his heart is healing. He still sees you as someone that he wants to have a family with. And he's now in a place of being much better, feeling. So he's feeling much, much better. It's the 4th month from now. You're very welcome, Christy. There you go. Thank you so much. Rupali. How you will Sonham come to Ganga? Honestly, I should learn another language so I don't mispronounce everything. Apparently that's the downsides of being dyslexic, though it doesn't affect me that much anymore, but you know, it's a weird thing. Will Sonam come? I think he will. I do feel like he's going to be coming very soon. So 2 days. It's sometime this week, I feel. I don't know whether it's like this thing. So, you know, it's 4 months. So 4 months from now. So there you go. So yeah, he's going to come to Gang Ga. Okay. I think I've got it. Sorry, Rapali. I don't mean to murder things, but I do. Azara says, what will happen to me and George the Capricorn? Shani! I think that's the donation. Thank you for donating. So, Sarah, okay, what will happen between you and Capricorn? Oh my god, my desk is a mess. I need to tidy this up. So, honestly, go with the flow on this relationship. Just allow things to naturally happen for you. But there's a feeling of like there be a little bit of fighting, a little bit of tension. And it might just be that you guys have a different point of view. And it's just like maybe instead of seeing everything as being a difficulty, you should work on seeing a bigger picture. And they see another point of view. But it's kind of like go with the flow and allow things to naturally happen. Don't force these things, and they will help out you for sure. You're very welcome, Zara. What can a dollar get me? I will definitely do you a donation for you. You don't have to donate. I think that you were trying to donate. That's why the dollar sign. But yes, of course, Miss Francis. Let me know, guys, if you do donate, so I know exactly what you're, if you're donating or you're not donating, or you don't have to donate. Everything is free. Annabella says his motions towards me, no contact. How does he see me? Okay. So at the moment, Annabella, so his emotions towards you, there's not that much excitement, but there's imagination. So there's lust. There is how can I explain it? Daydreaming. But with the no excitement, he knows that is kind of a hard thing to get towards you. So it's just like that whole idea of like, oh, I'll daydream about Annabella, but I don't know whether she wants me back or. The Empress, he does see you as someone he could have a family with or have a connection with. So that's important for him. Is just like he thinks that you could be someone that he could spend um time with and have a family with. Cancer Sun says question 1. You're very welcome, Annabella. Can I ask what is my dark side and what is my... Hello, Farida. How are you? What is my dark side and what is my talent? Okay, so your dark side is attention seeking, but it's not, how can I explain it without you feeling very hard up by? It's like you might be attention seeking in the wrong way. So it could be just maybe drugs, maybe alcohol. It's just something that you're doing to get yourself attention, but it's not helping you. And the dark side of you is that you do cause arguments with other people just because it does happen, you know? How are you? I'm good, thank you. So there's a feeling of forcing arguments. Your talent right now is to actually be able to focus on the present, to not worry or stress about the future. You kind of realize that there's nothing that you can do about the future, so you actually put things in place in the present so you can get what you want in the future, which is, it doesn't feel like a talent, but it definitely is. um Miss Francis says, how does Vaughn feel about the situation between us currently? Okay, they're going with the flow. They're a little bit anxious about the future, but everything seems to be good. So I think they trust you. They trust your decisions. So that's important. And they're just going with the flow with that. So they're just going with the flow, allowing these things to naturally happen for them. So that's important, you know. Uh, Samriti says, will a Yavred home come back in my life? Break up from January, no contact. I'm from India. No, I. Interesting. Okay, I'll ask the pendulum. Because I'm getting two mixed messages. Will they come back? Will they come back for long? Okay, it's saying but yes to both. Okay. So at the moment they see you being a little bit immature, or you haven't grown up yet. There's kind of like this feeling of that you are kind of younger than them, maybe mentally. There's a feeling of wanting to rush in. I think this is for you, but you should take it slowly with this person because it is going to take them a while to come back to you. So, are they coming back to you this year? Are they coming back to you this month? Okay, so when are they coming back for you? So 3 months from now, they would come back for you. Okay. Question 2, Aldonia. Will T leave me alone? You're very welcome, Serenity. No, T won't leave you alone. You honestly need to, if you don't want this person to keep pestering you, you need to get your friends to tell him or this person no, okay? Rupali says, will I clear the test? Just put down your question, Empress. Will I clear the test that Melody CPA will send me today and get hired if I have a healthy boss employee relationship with her? Okay, you will get hired. Yes. Will you have a healthy relationship? No. there's kind of like this feeling of reviewing your work, wanting you to work very, very hard, you know. That's one thing that I would definitely say to you, okay? Is this the end of a relationship? What is his feelings towards me? I don't think it's there yet, but if you guys keep on being like you are, so there's kind of this justice card, so therefore if there's anything that comes up, it's like, I don't have a cash app, cash tag. No, I don't have a cash tag. I have PayPal. That's it. PayPal or what is it? Um Super Chat. So that's the case. So you guys are kind of really having a hard time trying to, if something goes wrong and you guys have a argument or fight, it becomes a tit for tat, which is not good. That's not good. So you might need to like break the stalemate. There's also environmental factors in place. Johnny, don't worry, just post your question, darling, and I'll answer it. It does, yeah. No, unfortunately, I don't have a cash app. I should, shouldn't I? But there's kind of like this feeling of changing the environment will change the way that you guys are. And the feelings that he has for you is like this feeling of flirting, just being in love with you. So there's just like this feeling of dealing with things, okay? Divinely Blessed Tarot, welcome in. How is my ex-friend, aka ex-friend, aka perceives my situation with my ex-boyfriend? Okay. Well, honestly, I feel like your ex-friend wants to hook up with your boyfriend. Um, but there's a feeling of non-excitement. So there's kind of like this feeling of wanting your boyfriend, like the ex-boyfriend, but um this doesn't feel like achievable somehow. It's like they want him, but you know, it's not gonna happen. But she still wants to try or something. Both of them are male? That's weird. I was feeling like a she coming out. Maybe there's another ex-friend that I'm picking up. If we're talking about a male here, then I would switch this. Then, if it's okay, instead of it being no, so this ex-friend wants to come towards you then, instead of being with the other person, which is weird because I felt like a female aspect coming through, like a very catty aspect, but it was a weird thing for that to come through. But yeah, if we're talking about male, yeah, Page of Swords and the Two of Wands, this person might be coming towards you instead. Born to be Wild, you lost your internet connection. Is everybody losing internet connection today? It might be me then, Born to be Wild. Either that or we're going so awesome that you've broken the internet. Tarot, Pile says, when will Sam Aries reach out to me? Okay. This is easy, guys, if you do ask me pendulum questions. That 4? You're 4? Yeah, so 4 months, 4 weeks. No, we broke the internet, best guy. Suchi says, will Navas leave a Mumtaz third party in the future? That's a weird thing. Will they leave this third party? No, I was feeling that, but it's weird because they're going to be doing, they're still going to be flirting, but yet, you know, they're still going to be in this relationship with this third party, you know, so that's important. Shawnee, welcome back. Cosette says, what did Mr. December think about me when I reached out December 2020? And what does he think about me now? So there's kind of like this imagination, Cosette, that's coming through. So he didn't imagine a lot about you. But there's also a feeling of like figuring out who you were. Like there was like tests and kind of testing who you were. Now Mr. December sees you as just being part of their life, you know, like just being there. So it's not like the imagination's being diminished, but he still sees you as being part of his life and not really like looking to the future, just focusing on the present. Testing, like, you know how some people test people in a relationship to see if they're real, you know, or not, you know? Base 32 says, can I know if my Cancer X attentions towards me? He does have attentions towards you. It's weird because he does find you slightly annoying, but with the wands, he's very directed to you, very focused on you, and sees you as being very similar. So it's kind of a weird thing for me is to say that he's still very attracted to you, even though he finds you kind of annoying, kind of immature sometimes. It's just the way that he feels, but he's still very focused on you. It's like he wants to still be in your life. This guy says, "What does F Aries feel towards her ex Capricorn? Does she still love him or something?" I would say that that's very probable that she still loves him. I think that she knows that he's taken in the past, so this won't happen. But with the Sun and the Empress, like this, like she still wants kids. She still wants a family with him, and she finds him kind of like the light of her life, even though this person has left. You know. Um. Kochu says, the number one current feelings of N towards me. So there's a feeling of saving emotions because everything has got out of hand. You're very welcome, best guy. Faith. He doesn't like that, does he? Um, so there's a feeling of like just temperance, just like things have gotten out of hand and this person needs to be more in control of their feelings. However, they do see you as being very passionate, very fiery, very happy, lots of things, so this person sees you as you truly are. However, they need their time, they need their space. Amazing Amy says, should I Leo pick the Sagittarius in my life or Aries? I think the Sagittarius, the Aries is still not healed yet. And the world. So you as a Leo should be working inside your comfort zone for you. Which one is the important person in your life, okay? So the one that makes you feel comfortable, the one that makes you feel like you don't have to impress them is the right one. So I feel like that is the first one that you said. Hi, sweetie. Welcome in. I broke. You don't need to donate. I'm sure that there won't be that many people. Raya says, "Do you see new love coming?" You're very welcome, Tracy. Um, and when, like, do you see love coming towards me, and when? Honestly, I don't see it yet because you still have some fear. And you still have some fear because in the past people have hurt you or cheated on you or done something really bad towards you. And you have to let go of that fear because that fear is changing the way that you think about your relationships, okay? That's important for you. So you need to let go of that fear. However, as soon as you let that fear go from the past, you have a new opportunities or two new opportunities of people coming towards you, okay? That's important, okay? They are not donation readings. Don't worry, I will get to your reading. It's just going to take me a while, okay? So when is love coming in for you? What month? 9th month this year. Hello, Rose. Welcome in. So 9 months, okay? So it could be that it's going to take a long time to get rid of that fear, okay? Rose Twilight says, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Can I ask what people find conventionally attractive? Okay. Oh, if people find you conventionally attractive. Rose Twilight, sometimes you seem very, like, immature or boyish. Alexis, thank you for the donation. So there might be like this kind of youngish charm to you, which some people don't like. Some people will really like it, but sometimes people don't. So don't worry. Conventionally attractive. There's something about you that's a little bit different, a little bit odd about you, okay? That's important, because that's attractive even if you don't feel like it's attractive. So that's the case. Um And a lot of people would put you on at least a 8 to 9 for them. Like 10s are unattainable. Like people aren't really 10s, but 8 or 9, yes. Like hell yes. Marita, just put down your question, please. Alexis is angry. Connection. Did the connection still win? Did everybody else get the reading? Go back in time and see if you can get that one. Okay? Okay, so who was I on? Alexis, thank you for the donation. Is MM angry at me, or what is his feelings towards me? There's no anger here. His heart is healing, so sometimes he might react, Alexis, a little bit differently, a little bit hard. It's like a little bit hard for him to deal with his feelings or process emotions sometimes. But he's getting out of his like being more self-reflective to realize that sometimes it's being quite mean to you, like closing down and not really sharing because he needs to process and he takes a long time to process, and it's taken a lot of time for you to realize that he's not angry with you. I think there's no anger here. Um, there's also some flirtation. So whatever happened, he does forgive you. He understands why you're so upset, even if he hasn't told you already. Okay? Cassian says, how does Asum see my character and what does he tell others about me? Okay, so honestly, this person says you're great, you're amazing. There's kind of like this feeling of rushing in, but then this he just hides, you know? So it's kind of like this feeling of like you're great, so perfect, but he doesn't want to always say that because in case you leave, you know? So there's kind of like this feeling of like, oh, if I tell everyone that you're so great, you're so perfect, then you're going to be gone. Someone else is going to take you. So there's kind of like that feeling. He might say you're also slightly messy, or you might not understand the ways around this. So you can be quite messy or a little bit not so fastidious at cleaning, and that's coming up too. Fashion DIY says Harry Krishna's feelings towards me. So you need to be a little bit more in control of your life. This might be emotions. There's kind of like this feeling of calming your mind, getting yourself in the process of being connected to the universe instead of being so distant from it. It's like that's important to be distant and caring, you know? There's a feeling of that your heart is healing and you should take your time that's needed. And there's a lot more options coming in. So there's kind of like this feeling of Hare Krishna giving you a lot more options for your life. Because at the moment you can't deal with this. But as soon as you're more grounded and you are more healed, more options will come to you. Okay? Evia says, when will we date and when? Okay, I'm going to do pendulum because it's easier for yes and no questions. Will you date? So yes, when, weeks? it's not, it's saying no to weeks, months. So yes to months. How long for months? So it's going to take 1 month from now. So it's not this month, but next month, okay? Hello, Nisha. Welcome in. How are you today? Okay. Rapali says, does Mayak miss me and will reach out soon? This person doesn't miss you at the moment, Rapali. I don't think they'll reach out to you very soon because they're in their own life, they're in their own time frame. So I'm going to ask the pendulum, but I'll be very surprised if it says no as well. So, I don't feel like he's going to reach out to you. Okay? Queen Libra says, next action of Gemini towards you. So this person wants your time and attention, but they're also being very. They don't realize when you do actually give them the time that they should be like responding to it. So they're kind of taking your time, taking your energy, and not giving it back, but not being excited about it. So it's kind of like this feeling of this person's a bottomless sink. You give them love, you give them attention, and they just take it and they don't, so that's the case. So I would honestly say that you might need to move on from this person. Chris says, am I meant to be in Hollywood? Okay, so Chris, there's kind of a feeling of like you are mentally struggling with this question. And it's like a lot of things. And then with the hangman, you're scared of doing this. So there's kind of like this feeling of just do it. If you want to go do Hollywood, you have to move. Have to move to Hollywood. You can't just sit there and go, am I destined? You need to do it. You can't just sit there and go, oh yeah, am I and you're like in Uluru, Australia, It doesn't work like that. So you have to move, you have to, and stop mentally thinking about it and just do it. And then there's more options opening up to you, Chris, because you moved. You actually moved for your career and you're actually going to be getting what you want. Okay? Farida says, I'm first here. Will ma'am take my questions? Been here for a while. Don't mind waiting. Well, Frida, do you actually have your question down? Born to be wild, does DC have feelings for me? Yeah, please keep posting your questions, guys, just so I can see them. Does this person have feelings for you? Born to be wild. There's kind of like this feeling of it depends whether you're masculine or feminine. If you're masculine, then no, they're not focused on you. If you're feminine, hell yes. Hell yes. So there's kind of like this feeling of it depends on which one you are. So don't worry, you don't have to tell me if you're male or female, but that's okay, or masculine or feminine. So this feeling of relaxing and allow this person to come to you. instead of the other way round, because you're very focused on, you know, like wanting to put in all the work, but you should allow them to come to you. So yes, they're very focused on you. They really like you. The King of Wands, very passionate nature, you know, very caught up with you, okay? Okay. Farida says, does Ali Capricorn loves me? Is it over? You're very welcome, born to be well. So this person, I don't see love, but that doesn't mean that they don't love you, but it's underlying. So the Hierophant is kind of someone that's wise. So they've taken their time in this relationship, and it's just like they're not really focused on one thing or another. So it's just like at the moment they're feeling that they're just in this relationship. There's no kind of like passion, not romance. There's no excitement anymore. So they're just acting out the role that they want to play. Is it over? No, their heart is healing. So I would say no, this relationship's not over, but you might need to inject some excitement into it. And I would definitely say, guys, if you are in a long term relationship, you should look up the book called Mating in Captivity by Esther Perel. She's a well known um, therapist, and she works really hard on that. Elvia, I did your question and I said yes, and it's going to be 4 months from now. Okay? So it was yes. Chart says, how does Jay feel about me? You're very welcome, Frida. Thank you for being so patient. This is interesting because if you're talking about another person, another female, then yes, they're very focused on you. However, if this person's a male, uh, then there's two people on their mind. So do take that into advisement. So that's important, whether or not you're asking male or, you know, female. If so, Queen of Cups is caring nature. No, then he's got two people on his mind, Char. Honestly, leave him be. You're probably Queen of Wands. This Queen of Cups could be their mom, his mom. But I don't feel from the energy I'm getting it's his mom. Sometimes I do, because Queen of Cups can be very maternally driven, and they're very focused on their own kid, you know. Page of Cups, there's kind of a feeling of getting out of self-reflection. So he might choose soon, but I don't feel like it's going to be soon enough for him thing. Yeah, it could be his mom then. I was feeling like a younger person, so that could make sense if she's passed, that she's now in people tend to go back to a younger version of themselves. Not that it really matters because it's like the physical has gone, but is it his mom? Even the pendulum says yes. So yeah. How long until he moves towards you? So is that 2 weeks? So 2 weeks, but you'll have to realize that he's still very focused on this, his mom. So do realize that that's going to be important, but he's getting out of his self-reflection state, so he's not going to be so like hard on himself, okay? Do we have a question 1 right now? Is there anybody in chat that is on question 1? Alex says a general, please. You're very welcome, Char. Okay. So, your general is to relax, to focus on the things that are in front of you. Don't focus on the things that are outside your control or going to take a lot of your energy or attention, okay? Page of Wands. Don't be scared of taking next steps or creating new opportunities for yourself. Like, I think that you have been giving yourself excuses that you're far too busy to do stuff. Hello, Queen Betty. How are you? Cafe sugar? And the whole idea of that you're going to get little things coming in, not big things, but little things coming in for you, okay? Good things, okay? Queen Libra, current feelings of Sachin towards me. You're very welcome. This person's a lot in their headspace right now, and they're growing themselves, so it's kind of hard for them to deal with the relationship they have with you and working on their own uh, stuff. So at the moment, they feel like they're juggling like love and everything else fine, but I do feel like you feel a disconnect between them and you have to realize that at the moment it's because they are really in their headspace and they haven't really worked out how they're going to deal with that, okay? Nisha says, will Gemini mix texting me and seeing me? Will he reach out? Yes, he will miss texting and seeing you. Will he reach out? No, he'll feel like he doesn't you don't want him, okay? So it's kind of like this feeling of not reaching out to you. Kimberly says, a second question, does Matt want things to work out between us? Yes, he does, but there's also this underlying current of um like he needs to deal with himself. There's kind of a feeling of not working very hard on um being patient, being kind. That's one thing that's coming through. And there's also a feeling of just that you have to work with um in your comfort zone. So if he becomes a little bit too like frustrated, just like let it go and just go, okay, I don't want to deal with you today, okay? That's important. Thank you, Born to Be Wild, for the donation. I appreciate that. Does TM still want me? Not sure which way to go. That makes sense. TM still wants you. There's a feeling of that. But he also, it's hard because there's kind of something to deal with the past. This could be parents, but there's kind of like this feeling of alienation that happened in the past that he's still addressing. But when it comes to you, the Nine of Cups and the King of Wands in reverse, there is this deep love. And Nine of Cups is like this yin and yang partnership energy, but it's also the happiness of a relationship. And it can mean marriage, and it can mean kids, it can mean a family. Nine of Cups is the happiness of a relationship. So I do feel like this person still wants something with you, but they have to address the past, and it's going to be very painful for them to do so. Muniza says, second question. I'm gonna get to a point that I can pronounce it without that gap. Will Muhammad Amin new marriage with Saba be successful? No. No, it won't. It's going to be slow going for them to deal with it. So it's going to work for a while, but it's going to fall apart quite quickly. So it's going to take them at least 3 or 4 years before it disintegrates. But yeah, no. That's what I would say. So that's important. Um Sorry guys. Matt blocks alt. Current feelings of M towards me. I'm trying. I'll probably get it really badly next time. Because somehow my brain doesn't pronounce it properly, and I'm sorry. So, current feelings of M towards you. So, at the moment, it depends. Matt, I would definitely say you're masculine. So at the moment, you're really focused on money, and it shows because they're thinking that you're obsessed with money, and this is affecting your relationship with this person. And they're just like, oh, you've left me in the past. You don't want to worry about me anymore. So they're really not feeling like you care for them or want to care for them, okay? Kitty says, is there a close enemy, please? No, there's no close enemy. So the cards say that you might have a problem with when you have your car accidents, you are not being aware of it. And there's also a feeling of not that you want attention, but sometimes things just happen in a way that you have like a dent or a scrape, and it's just because you go too close to the thing that um you should be avoiding, so that's important. Yeah, there's a feeling of like maybe you should be checking um whether or not you need glasses or something like that. There's a important thing that you might need to get, like your glasses checked, something like that. But one of the weirdest things that's coming through for me, Kitty, that I'm weirdly enough going to tell you, it's my little sister has epilepsy, and for a while she could drive, but she had a car accident where she lost track of where she was driving, because she doesn't have grand mal seizures, she has petty mal seizures, and she couldn't drive after that. Weirdly enough, I don't know why I'm saying this to you. It's coming through very clearly that I'm supposed to tell you this. So if that helps you, let me know. But that's important, I feel. You're very welcome, Matt. Tracy, sorry about the delay. You have been waiting a while. Will me and my ex-boyfriend get back together? I feel like don't rush into it, Tracy. Because if you rush into it, he's making a decision right now. And this is important decision. This is a life decision. So this could be important because it will give him the decision that he needs to make to be committed. Because at the moment, you are quite a passionate person and he understands that, but he hasn't really committed to it. So is he going to come back for commitment? So how many months until he comes back? So that's a yes if you didn't see that. Is he going to take his time then? So it's like 6 months. So you've got to kind of either be patient for him or, allow him to disappear for you, Is everyone having a problem with their phone? You're very welcome. Grazia says, is George coming back for commitment? I feel like yes, but the one thing that I would definitely feel is that you guys have to decide to leave some arguments in the past, that's important, because that's what caused this problem in the first place with you both. So when is this person coming back to you? So which month? It's like 4.5. That's what is coming. Beverly, welcome in. How are you? So there you go. 4.5 months from now. Cute baby says Shibai's next actions towards me. What is his plans for us? So honestly, he's still full of imagination. He wants to know how it's going. So this is kind of like the passionate love, lust. I'm going good, Beverly. So there's a lot of like imagination. However, there's kind of this mental struggle because he doesn't think he's good enough for this relationship. And he's working towards it very hard. So most guys, it's a weird thing is they want to support. So don't think that it's a bad thing for them to support, but they are having a hard time trying to deal with whether or not they need to make more money. So they're really working on their career, working on making money. So it's kind of hard for them because they're struggling between their relationship with you and working hard so they can support you in the future. Emily says, "How can I get a reading over my surgery and why I'm having back pain?" Okay, so High Priestess. Okay, so you need to rest and relax. That's why you're having a little bit more back pain. Okay, so why am I feeling this thing? The High Priestess, you're blocking manifestation. Emily, this is kind of a weird thing to say to you, but it's also, how can I explain it? Katie, thank you for the donation. Thank you so much. I will do your reading straight after this one. So it's kind of like this feeling of that manifestation, or just thinking, okay, this thing's going to heal. You're going to have a great amount of healing. Something like that. Like affirmations work very well. Somehow, because our brain doesn't know the difference between reality and fiction, it kind of creates this ability to heal better, you know? But there's a lot of options out there, especially for your surgery or recovering from the surgery. So do take that in advice, to check out the options that you have, because that's important. And then you have more conformed, or consent. You'll think that this thing is your choice instead of being like, it's I have no other option. Okay. So Katie says, "Can you please see how my concert will go on February the 17th?" Are you singing, Katie? Or do you play an instrument? Cuz like one of the friends of my well, it's a family friend. So growing up, they're so close, we call them auntie and uncle. But they're not blood related. And she sings and she can play a guitar and she's got a really great voice. But yeah. She does country music, so, you know. So, Katie. Okay. So, the interesting thing is like the environment, like I would just visit. Oh, okay, okay. So there's kind of like this environment, Katie, of like figuring out where you should be sitting, or yeah, there's kind of a feeling of being physically stuck. So bring snacks, bring water. Just make sure that you don't go very like far because it seems like it's going to be packed. And there's also fear. So allay your fears before you do this, because a lot of times your fears are going to be important to allay. That kind of feeling of kind of giving up, that kind of fear. There's heartbreak. You might lose something. So make sure that you've got things on hand for you not to lose it. So if it's your mobile phone, make sure it's on your hands, like it's in your pocket somehow. Yeah, because there's going to be this mental like struggle if you lose something. So keep your eye on things that you can lose, or even take like an old mobile phone. If you don't want to lose your new mobile phone, take your old mobile phone. But there's kind of like this feeling of just being prepared in case something gets lost, because you don't want that to happen. But yeah, don't kind of get overwhelming. That's kind of like this fear. So maybe you just need to work on not being so scared about things, or getting a little bit yeah, frustrated with that. Okay. So anybody on their first reading, Beverly, where's your question? If anyone wants to be for the members only reading, that's on Tuesday next week. So if you want to join up the members community, so that's the case. Oh, she did? Oh my god, Jean. I'm getting old. Beverly says, will Ma, Cancer, and I start dating? Oh, thank you for the donation, Katie. I will do that straight after Beverly's. Will Ma, Cancer, and I start dating? We're good friends now. I think so. Because he's working very hard with it. There might be some judgment at first, like whether you should guys be friends or not. Like whether you should start dating. But will you start dating? Yeah, so the pendulum's right too. So honestly, it's going to be very hard for you guys to get over the hurdle of being friends, but that's the case. Why is Jordan not reaching out to you? Thank you, Katie, for the donation yet again. There's heartbreak. There's kind of like this feeling of heartbreak. Heartbreak about losing friendships. This might be you, but there's kind of like this losing a friend that's really having a hard time. There's give up and walk away. So this person's left a lot of their life behind. That's really hard for them. And so they're seeing other options, but they're scared. Their fear is like letting people in. Because they tend to be, yeah, they tend to not get over what people have done to them, so that's important for them, is like they have to deal with the past. This might be something that therapy, I'm not a good proponent of talking therapy. I don't like it, it makes me uncomfortable. Talking and not doing anything is not my greatest option. I like doing things. That's why probably my cards are like, yeah, you can take action, you can do things. But it's kind of like this feeling of that this person's in a state of flux. And they really don't know where to go, and they're feeling very lost and alone right now. So, like, when are they going to reach out to you? Are they going to reach out to you? Yes. So, when are they going to reach out to you? Okay. Yeah, so it's like, is it 2 weeks? 2 weeks. Yeah, it's weird because I'm feeling like it's 2 months instead. And the pendulum like changed its mind too. So it's kind of a weird thing. Yeah, so they're in such a state of flux that the pendulum and I are very confused. It can be 2 weeks or 2 months, depending on how they're feeling, because their mind is so over the place, it's very hard to track them down. So I don't think that you have control over this, Katie. I think it's up to them. you know. Amor says, is Mo seeing someone? How does he compare me to others? So he will reach out to you, but it's kind of a weird thing whether it's going to take him 2 weeks or 2 months. But technically, like two weeks, and we're nearly over this month. So it could just be that it's early next month, and I didn't give the pendulum the option of like, is it 2 weeks, and then Okay, so Amor says, is Mo seeing someone? Does he compare them with me? No, this person is not seeing anybody. So Mo's not seeing anybody. Yeah, they don't want to get in any arguments or any fights. So, how does he compare you to others? You're very blunt and very honest, very direct. This might be a little bit too much from this uh person, but it definitely feels like you're very, very honest. Guys, we're going to finish up in 20 minutes. So if anybody has a first question, I'll take that as a priority. That's important. Emily says, why are girls jealous of my relationship? Because you seem to have a really great person. Like, honestly, he's very charming, or they are very charming, very charismatic. And people tend to like fall in love with him straight away, you know? That's important. So, and there's like a feeling of giving up and walking away from what they have not enjoyed in their life. So Emily like is feels like your relationship is highlighting how bad their relationship has been or has been in the past. So this might be more like on the outside, like they don't see the real kind of you or your fiance, other half, partner. They don't see this, you know, so that's important. Cassian says, is awesome my twin flame? You can, Cancer. So, yes, he is your twin flame. That's like very excited about that, so I'm taking that with a yes. His channel messages is like, can you play with me? Can you take time for me? Okay, that's important for him. Hello, Nicole. Welcome in. So there's kind of like this feeling of, can you play with me? I miss you. Can you play? That's what the channel message is. Can Sue says, general reading? Of course, Can Sue. So I don't know whether you're masculine or feminine, so that does change the reading a little bit. So King of Cups is a masculine. So King of Cups is very much in control of their own emotion. So if you're a single Pringle, this person's coming in for you. King of Cups, very emotionally grounded, very caring, a little bit more on that kind of feminine side, the active listening, very caring. You have extra money coming to you, Kansu. You are a single Pringle. Oh, what? I bought a whole can of Pringles and I only have a single Pringle. I'm kidding. Hello, G Star. And Nine of Cups, you need to get out of your headspace. So there's kind of a feeling of getting out of your headspace, and that's important. Okay, so there you go. G-Star, hello. Nicole says, what's coming towards me? Chariot, okay. Page of Cups. Nine of Pentacles. So your hard work from the universe says your hard work is getting rewarded. Page of Cups, you're getting out of being a little bit more self-reflective or thinking about things a lot, and you're starting to do some things for yourself. And the Chariot, there's no kind of forward momentum right now. It's more about the things you're around. You're very welcome, Kanzu. So there's kind of like a feeling of nothing really coming towards you, but you're still getting rewarded for your effort that you put in. Okay? Okay, G Star says, how is my person feeling for me right now? They're struggling, they're having a hard time with something in this relationship. And they're feeling like walking away from something. This makes sense. They want to control something in this relationship, but they can't. And they should let that control go because it's good for them and walk away from something that's not serving both of you in this relationship. Hello, Belle. How are you? That's important. And Nine of Cups, so there's happiness. There is this yin and yang partnership energy. You both are very happy in this relationship. Nine of Cups is the happiness. This can be marriage, this can be kids, but this is an overwhelming amount of energy coming in for both of you. Okay? Hot Sun says, can I get a read on Matt's current feelings, tensions, and actions towards me? This is everything that he wants from this relationship. He wants your attention, time, and attention, but you are all like swords. So sometimes this can be very hard for him. Is like, I did my makeup and I'm feeling good getting over a crappy guy, Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. Get over them. Enjoy, party, have a great time. Queen of Swords, yeah. So sometimes I think you can be a little bit cutting. There's a different attachment style from both of you, I feel. Like sometimes I say this is attention the wrong way, but you guys have two different attachment styles. You are less attached. So you could be how can I explain it? So he's more like insecure attachment and you are unattached. You don't need to be around people as much as he does. You tend to be able to do stuff um by yourself. And so the weirdest thing is when you have an insecure attachment style and like a non-attached attachment style, what happens is the insecure attachment style starts chasing you and you start retreating. And this is why this can feel like unwanted attention, or but you've got to realize with swords, you are very cutting, you can be very coarse, you can be very charming and very pleasant, but you come across being very, you know, blunt. So you have to be like, you have to turn down yourself a little bit more and tune into the caring energy. So even though you might sit there and go, this is not the time for a kiss, this is not time for a hug, or um realize that your partner might just need a little bit more reassurance that they're important in your life, okay? So, Love Good says, may I ask what the person from the blue door I'm thinking of now like and not like about me? I'm Cancer. Hopefully not. I would have shy away from Cancer as much as possible. Cough, cough, cough. Bad joke. Okay, so the blue door. This person through the blue door. So honestly, thinking of right now is a little bit anxious about you and them. But they shouldn't be anxious around the corner is a good thing. So do you realize that that's important for both of you? So that's important. So likes about you is that you're physically stuck to this person or attracted to them. There's kind of like this feeling of like knowing that you're attracted to them. What they don't like is sometimes you are very, you can pick fights with them or something like that, and they don't like the arguments that come with it. You know, it's very hard for them to try to de escalate a fight. They find it very uncomfortable when they fight. One more. I'm so sorry. Don't be. Thank you so much for the donations. I appreciate that. It means that I can keep my lights on. I can pay for the Wi-Fi, you know? I can feed myself. And it's very appreciative. Will so do you see Jordan changing his mind to step kids in the future? Okay. So honestly, it's hard for him because there's kind of like this feeling of not having money. That's a big thing about this stepkid scenario is like he is chasing money, and so sometimes it's hard for him to see outside himself and go, okay, well, they're not. He wants kids of his own. He wants a family. So it could be that it's a negotiation. If he knew that there was kids of his own, then he would happily accept other kids. It's just that he wants kids that are biologically his. There's a feeling of like he needs to stop being so blunt or so honest and realize that he doesn't need to play society's rules. And society's rules are dictating that he should love stepchildren less, you know, than biological kids. And I think that he's getting into the flow of rejecting society, like walking away from what society tells him to. I think that you will get good news in the future because you're very anxious about this and there's fear. There's fear with this, Katie, and you should not feel fear because with this you should reduce the level of fear that you feel about this. But Page of Swords, there's anxiety, but everything's good. So I do feel like this is a negotiation because obviously Jordan feels like he couldn't support that. Thank you, Belt, for the donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I will get to your reading straight after. Um, Katie. So honestly, I think that he will change his mind to having kids. It's just he's got to feel confident. He's got to realize that um he can still have some of his own, but it's kind of like this feeling of give and take and negotiation with him, Katie. I hope that helps. We broke up because he wasn't open to adding more kids. It's hard because, like, I do feel like it's the money factor. Like, he doesn't know how he's going to support other kids. So that's kind of like, you might have to forgive him for that, but it's maybe that's the case. Bill says, Bella says, am I on track and retracting back my energy? Keep on flirting, keep on, like, focusing on things in front of you. The High Priestess, you are blocking your manifestation, but however, there seems to be that feeling of growing yourself, loving yourself first. So I do feel like that's going to switch for you very soon, and you will grow a lot more energy. Page of Swords, don't be anxious about the future because things are coming in that are good, and you're juggling your life. So I feel like you're very successful at retracting your energy. I think that you have been dealing with this relationship for too long, and this is going to change the way that you feel about the future, okay? And there's a new person coming in that's very similar to you, so you might have a different background, or, you know, something that ties you guys together. So it's like very similar. There's a lot of similarities. And Queen of Wands, you're definitely getting your passion, your fire, your creativity back, everything back. So I think that the answer is a resounding yes. So there you go. Thank you, Jean, for being so loving and looking after people. T.R. Cadwell. Oh! I was like, did I go past like Tiara? I'm like, okay, sorry. Will Nathan still have feelings for me after I set those boundaries and he finally gets his shit together? Should I just go "Marr"? No, that's not the sound of poop. You gotta go plop 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 plop. Oh, that's cow. That's a cow. Okay. Sorry, I'm having fun with sound effects. Oh, Jesus Christ. I took out too many. Okay. Does Nathan still have feelings for me after I set those boundaries? He has to. He has to, like, let go of control. And that allows him to relax, actually, which is good. Finally get his shit together. I think that it's going to be slow, but yeah, he's kind of going to get his shit together. And you're going to specify that he's got to get his shit together, you know? Not just like, oh, I still love you if you don't, you know? So, um, yeah, honestly, do you realize this is going to take a time? Um, is it going to be this year? A little bit confused. It's like yes, but just like shaky yes. Okay, when like the fourth month, so it's gonna take him a while to get that stuff together. So, you know, you might be like, I'm done waiting. Renata, hello, how are you? Well, I meet with Lucas tonight. Don't think so, not tonight. There's going to be family issues that keep him at bay. I feel like that's going to be the thing that kind of pushes him over the like him over the edge. you know. Live and Heal says, what does he truly feel about me and what does he think I feel for him? There's kind of like a little bit of scaredness and there's a feeling of not wanting to get outside his comfort zone. So relationships are not particularly comfortable for him, you know? So that's important. The other thing is what he thinks you feel for him is that you think that he's only a option, like a early option. Like if something came in, you would change your mind, okay? So he's kind of like very thinking that you would give up, you know. So that's important. Okay? I am going good. Fatin says, what does Omar want from me now? His next steps and the fate of this relationship. There's kind of like this person wants flirting and wants you to be more adventurous. And there's kind of like this feeling of like focusing on you, okay? Hello, Celine. Hi, Cassandra. What does my ex think about me? No contact for a long time. Give me 1 second, Nisha. There's kind of like this feeling of still wanting to flirt with you, but knowing it's kind of in the past, but feeling like you're the one that got away. You know? The one that got away. Very much so. That's okay, Nisha. So, how many months? It's weird. It's like saying fourth to the 5th month. No, it's saying 5th. Saying 5th for me. 5th month. Hello, Midi. How are you? I think you're going to be the last one, unfortunately, tonight. Sorry, everybody. I'm beat. Is that April? April is not the fourth month from now, so it took 6 months, which is July, I think. It's always like 4th of 6th month. Midi says, what was Sharap guy's thoughts about me today? Does he want to say anything to me? That's okay. That's fine. Guys, I've been live for 5 hours, so I will be doing midis and then I will be finishing up. But I should try to be back before Tuesday next week. That's my hope. I'm hoping to do that. But it is 12 o'clock at night for me today, so I will be finishing up after midis tonight. So what was Sarab's thoughts and feelings? There's kind of a feeling of midi feeling like there wasn't enough, like enough contact, enough, yeah, and saving up his feelings or emotions. So it's kind of like feeling that there's not enough in this relationship this today. So that's important. With the Knight of Cups, there's kind of a feeling of this person being in their headspace. So does he want to say anything to you? Midi, no. When people are in their headspace, it's just like important, you know. That's the case. Baha, sorry, I just finished up for tonight. You needed to come sooner. Needed to come sooner. I love you guys. I love you guys, but I need to go to sleep. You know? Welcome in, guys. We are finishing up now. If I think that you need to focus on yourself, yes. Um, love you, everybody. Thank you so much for supporting me. And I will see you next time. Lots of love, lots of light to everybody. Bye bye.